Hello there, and welcome to Twilight Tales, where the past is told softly at the pace of a quiet breath to carry you off to sleep. Tonight, we are going to sit with a strange and gentle idea, one that sounds almost impossible the first time you hear it. Nearly everything you were taught about the Middle Ages, that long stretch of years between the fall of Rome and the dawn of the modern world, is wrong. Not a little wrong. Wrong in the way a rumour grows, wrong after it has passed through 100 mouths. The dirty, frightened, ignorant age you picture, the one with people who thought the world was flat and never washed and married in fear of the Lord who ruled them, that age never quite existed. It was invented later, mostly by people who were not there, who had reasons of their own to paint those centuries dark. And the truth, once you begin to lift it out from under all that dust, is stranger and warmer and far more human than the story you were given. So that is where we are going tonight. We are going to take the biggest lies about the Middle Ages, the ones you still half believe without ever choosing to, and turn each one over in our hands, slowly, the way you might turn a smooth stone found on a beach. We will find that educated people back then knew perfectly well that the earth was round, and that the tale of the flat earth, with its frightened sailors and its lonely brave hero, was mostly stitched together in the 1800s by writers who wanted a quarrel between faith and science. We will find that the Iron Maiden, that spiked cabinet held up as proof of a cruel age, was never a medieval thing at all, but a later invention built to make museum visitors shudder. And we will find that the horned helmet, the one thing nearly everyone thinks they know about the Vikings, came not from any battlefield, but from a costume made for an opera in the year 1876. We will name each lie gently, lay the real record beside it, and, best of all, find out where the lie truly came from, because almost none of them came from the Middle Ages at all. But before we begin, I would like to know where you are listening from tonight. Maybe you are somewhere with a window, and beyond that window it is dark now, and the houses have gone quiet. Maybe you are in a city, and far below your room the traffic has thinned to almost nothing, just the occasional hush of a car passing on a wet street. Or maybe you are somewhere very still, out in the country, where the loudest thing is your own breathing and the small settling sounds a house makes at night. Wherever you are, I want you to picture, just for a moment, that the same darkness outside your window once lay over a small village 700 years ago. The same stars. The same slow turning of the night. Those people looked up at exactly what you would see if you leaned to your window now. We are not so far from them as we think. That is really the whole secret of tonight. If a calm voice helps carry you off, a quiet tap of like or subscribe helps the next tired person find their way here too. That is all I will ask. Now let your shoulders drop. Let the weight of the day loosen and slide away. Settle deep into your pillow, and we will begin. Imagine the first grey light of a morning nearly 800 years ago. It is somewhere in England, in a low stone room, and the air smells faintly of tallow smoke and cold ink. A man sits at a slanted wooden desk near a narrow window, and he is a scholar, though he would not have called himself that word. He is copying a book about the shape of the world. His pen moves slowly, carefully, because the parchment beneath his hand is precious, made from the skin of a calf, scraped and stretched and rubbed smooth over many days. And, as he writes, he sets down a sentence in plain and confident Latin that would surprise almost everyone who came after him. He writes that the earth is a globe, a round ball hanging in the middle of the heavens. He does not argue for it. He does not defend it against doubters. He simply states it the way you might state that water is wet, because to him and to everyone he has ever studied under, it is the plainest and most ordinary fact in the world. That man is real. His book was real. And that quiet, ordinary sentence is where we begin tonight, because it is the first great lie undone. The lie that medieval people believed the earth was flat. Let us rest on this one for a good long while, because it is the grandest of them all, and the one that tells you the most about how all the others were made. Here is the picture you were probably handed as a child. You were told, perhaps by a teacher, perhaps by a cartoon, perhaps just by the air around you, that long ago people were terribly afraid. They thought the earth was a flat plate. They believed that if a ship sailed too far out to sea, it would reach the edge and tumble off into nothing, or be swallowed by monsters waiting in the mist. And then the story goes, along came one brave man, Christopher Columbus, who stood before frightened kings and priests and told them the world was round. They laughed at him. They warned him he would sail off the edge. But he set out anyway, into the unknown, and by reaching the far shore, he proved to a superstitious and cowering world that the earth was a sphere after all. It is a lovely story. It has a hero and a crowd of fools, and a great voyage into the dark. There is only one problem with it. Almost every part of it is untrue. Let me say the plain thing first, and then we will spend a long and gentle while on how we know it. Educated people in the Middle Ages knew perfectly well that the earth was a sphere. Not a few of them. Not a daring handful. Nearly all of them, everyone who had any learning at all. The roundness of the earth was not a secret, not a controversy, not a dangerous idea whispered in corners. It was ordinary knowledge, taught in schools, written into the textbooks, woven into the poems, painted into the art. A student of the 1300s would have found the idea of a flat earth as quaint and silly as you would. To feel how settled this was, let us go back further even than our scholar at his window, back almost to the very start of what we call the Middle Ages, to a monk who lived in the far north of England more than 1300 years ago. His name was Bede, and later ages would call him the Venerable Bede, which is an old and gentle word that simply means deeply respected. Bede lived in a monastery near the cold grey sea, in a time we like to imagine as the darkest of all the so-called Dark Ages. And around the year 723, Bede sat down and wrote about the natural world, about time and the seasons and the movement of the heavens. And he described the earth as a sphere set in the very middle of the whole universe. He went further. He explained that because the Earth is a ball, the length of the day is not the same everywhere upon it. He understood that as you travel north or south, the light changes, the days grow longer or shorter, precisely because the surface beneath your feet is curved. This is not the writing of a man who fears the edge of a flat plate. This is a careful mind working out the consequences of a round world, calmly 13 centuries ago in a monastery by the sea. And Bede was not some lonely genius shouting into an ignorant crowd. He was passing on what he had learned, the same knowledge that had come down, unbroken, from the scholars of the ancient world. The old Greeks had known the earth was round. They had even measured it, roughly, by watching shadows fall at different places on the same day. That knowledge never truly vanished. It was carried quietly through all those centuries we were taught to call dark, copied and studied and taught, monk to monk, teacher to student, one careful hand at a time. Now let us step forward again to the man at the window and to his book, because that book matters more than almost any other in this whole story. Around the year 1230, a scholar known as John of Holywood, whose name in the Latin of the schools became Sacrobosco, wrote a small book called On the Sphere of the World. Was, quite simply, the astronomy textbook of the Middle Ages. For hundreds of years, if you went to a university anywhere in Europe to learn about the heavens, this is the book you would open first. Young students copied it, argued over it, learned it almost by heart. And its very first lessons describe the Earth as a globe. It explains how we know, points to the way ships vanish over the horizon, hull first and mast last, which could only happen on a curved surface, points to the stars, which rise and set at different times depending on how far east or west you stand, again something that only makes sense on a ball. Think about what that means for the story you were told. The idea that medieval people believed in a flat earth is not just a little off. It is the opposite of the truth. The single most widely taught book about the shape of the world, studied by every educated person for 300 years, opened by telling them the world was round and then patiently proving it. There was no secret. There was no fear of the edge. There was a textbook, and it sat on the desk of every scholar in Europe, and it said calmly on its first pages that the Earth is a sphere. And it was not only the scholars and the astronomers. The idea had soaked so deep into the ordinary imagination that it turns up in poetry, in the greatest poem of the entire age. Around the early 1300s, an Italian poet named Dante wrote a long and beautiful work about a journey through the afterlife. And in it, the earth is unmistakably a sphere. Dante imagines travellers passing through the centre of the world and out the other side, and when they do, the stars change, and the sun stands in a different part of the sky, and the hours flip around, because they have come out on the opposite face of a round globe. He built this into the very architecture of his poem, casually, expecting his readers to follow without confusion. You do not weave a spherical earth into the bones of a poem meant for ordinary readers, unless a spherical Earth is something ordinary readers simply take for granted, was common ground. It was the shared furniture of the medieval mind. So let us rest in that for a moment, because it is a peaceful thing to know. All through those long centuries, in the cold monasteries and the busy new universities, in the textbooks and the poems and the quiet certainty of educated men and women, the earth was round. It always had been. Nobody was cowering at the thought of an edge. Nobody was waiting for a hero to set them straight. The night sky turned overhead exactly as it turns for you now, and they understood, as you do, that they were standing on the surface of a great slow ball spinning through the dark. Which leaves us with a gentle and rather delicious question. If the medieval world knew all this, if the roundness of the earth was as plain to them as it is to us, then where on earth did the flat earth story come from? Who invented the frightened peasants and the laughing kings and the brave lonely Columbus? Because someone did. This is the part I love most, and it is worth settling into slowly. The answer is that the flat earth myth is not medieval at all. It is modern. It was built, mostly in the 1800s, by people writing long after the Middle Ages had ended, and it was built for reasons that had very little to do with the truth. The first great push came from a writer you might not expect, a gentle American storyteller named Washington Irving, the same man who gave the world the sleepy tale of the Headless Horseman. In the year 1828, Irving published a thick book about the life and voyages of Christopher Columbus. Now, Irving was a novelist at heart, a spinner of atmosphere and drama, and his book, though it looked and sounded like sober history, was full of invented scenes. And one of those invented scenes is the one that changed how the whole world pictured the Middle Ages. Irving painted a dramatic showdown in which Columbus stands before a council of ignorant churchmen who insist the earth is flat and that he will sail off its edge. It is a wonderful scene. It is also almost entirely made up. There was a real debate about Columbus and his voyage, but it was not about whether the earth was round. Everyone in that room already knew it was round. The real argument was about how big it was, and on that question, the learned men were right and Columbus was wrong. They said the world was far too large to reach the far shore of Asia by sailing west, and it was. Columbus survived only because an entire pair of continents, unknown to all of them, happened to sit in the way. But Irving needed a hero facing down fools, and so he gave the churchmen a flat earth to believe in, and the picture stuck. A little before Irving, and then long after, other writers pushed the same idea for reasons of their own. A French scholar named Letron, writing in the 1830s, spread the notion that the early Christian thinkers had believed in a flat earth, which was itself a distortion. The real machinery that drove the myth deep into every schoolroom came later still, from two men with a cause. In the 1870s, a writer named John William Draper published a book with a telling title, a history, he called it, of the conflict between religion and science. And in the 1890s, the president of a great American university, Andrew Dixon White, published an even larger work, A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology. You can hear the drums in those titles. Conflict, warfare. These men wanted to tell a story in which religion had always stood in the way of knowledge, in which faith and reason were locked in an ancient battle, and science had to fight its way free. And the flat earth made the perfect weapon. Better proof that the old religious world was ignorant than a whole civilization, too foolish and too frightened to know the earth was round. The trouble was that it never happened. The medieval church did not teach a flat earth. The scholars who knew the earth was round were, very often, monks and priests and bishops, men of the church themselves. Bede was a monk. Sacrobosco taught in a world run by the church. The very institution these later writers wanted to paint as the enemy of knowledge was the institution that had carefully carried the knowledge of a round earth down through all those centuries. The story of warfare was too good, too useful, too satisfying to give up. It spread from those books into textbooks, and from textbooks into classrooms, and from classrooms into the general air we all breathe, until it became one of those things that everybody simply knows, without anyone ever quite remembering where they learned it. And so the picture in your head, the one with the flat plate and the fearful sailors and the edge of the world, was not painted by medieval people at all. It was painted onto them hundreds of years later by writers who found them useful as villains. The medieval world was handed a foolishness it never owned. That is the shape of nearly every lie we will touch tonight. Not a truth about the Middle Ages, but a story told about the Middle Ages by people who came after, people with a point to prove. And here I want to slow down, because a question may have drifted up in your mind as you lie there, and it is a good and gentle one. How do we even know any of this? How can anyone, sitting here so many centuries later, say with such calm certainty what medieval people believed, or wore, or washed, or feared? It is one thing to say, the old picture is wrong. It is another to say what the truth was. So let us spend a quiet while on that, because the answer is one of the most soothing things I know, and it will carry us through every myth that follows. We know because they wrote it down. And more than that, we know because they saved what they wrote with a care that is almost tender to think about. Picture again that low stone room, the scriptorium, the writing room of a monastery. This is where the memory of the age was kept alive. The work done here was slow beyond anything we are used to. To make a single book, someone first had to make the pages, and the pages were not paper, but parchment, the treated skin of animals, calves and sheep and goats. A large book might take the skins of a whole herd. Each skin had to be soaked and scraped clean of hair and stretched tight on a frame and rubbed smooth and cut and folded. Only then could anyone begin to write. And the writing itself was done by hand, letter by letter, with a pen cut from a feather, and ink made from crushed galls and iron and gum. A scribe might spend months on a single book, working in the cold, in the thin light of a window, because open flame near all that parchment was far too dangerous. His back ached. His eyes strained. Sometimes, in the margins, scribes left tiny notes about their own weariness, small human sighs across the centuries, a line here and there complaining that the work was hard, or that the light was failing, or that their fingers were cold. You can still read those little complaints today. That is how close we can get to them. And because a book costs so much, in time and skin and labour, books were treasured. They were chained to desks in libraries, not to imprison them, but to keep something so precious from wandering off. They were copied and recopied, so that when one wore out, the words would not be lost. A poem written down in one century might be copied afresh in the next, and the next, and the next, each scribe passing the words forward like a candle lit from a candle. This is how the knowledge of the round earth survived. This is how Bede's careful sentences reached us, and Sacrobosco's textbook, and Dante's poem. By luck, but by the patient, deliberate care of people who believed that what they knew was worth keeping. So when a historian today wants to know what medieval people actually believed, this is where they go. They go to the surviving books, the real ones, the ones written in the age itself, not the stories told about the age afterward. They read the textbooks students studied. They read the letters people sent one another. They read the account books, the dull and beautiful ledgers where a household wrote down what it bought and spent, because nothing tells you how people really lived quite like the record of where their money went. They read court records, the notes taken when ordinary people brought their quarrels before a judge, full of small true details about daily life that nobody thought to dress up. They read wills, in which the dying listed what they owned and who should have it, and in those lists you find the real texture of a life, pots, and the cloaks, and the beds, and the little treasured things. And they do not only read, they dig. This is the other great source of what we know, and it is a quiet marvel of its own. Beneath the fields and the towns of Europe, the Middle Ages still lie waiting, and careful hands lift them back into the light. The foundations of houses, the bones of the people themselves, which can tell us how tall they were, what they ate, how hard they worked, how long they lived, and sometimes what illnesses they carried and what healed. The rubbish pits, which are a treasure to a historian, because what people throw away tells the honest truth about how they lived. Combs and shoes and cooking pots, and the seeds of the food they ate. Even the great wooden tubs and the pipes and the drains of the bathhouses we will speak of soon. All of it comes up out of the ground, and all of it is a witness that cannot lie, because it was never trying to tell a story at all. It was simply the stuff of a life, dropped and buried and forgotten, and now found again. This is why we can be so calm and so certain, even about people so far away in time. We are not guessing. We are reading their own words in their own hands and holding the very objects their hands once held. And when you set the real record, the books and the bones and the buried combs, beside the frightening picture we were all handed, They do not match. Not even close. The record shows people much like us. Curious, capable, clean, funny, careful. People who knew the earth was round and got on with their lives upon it. There is something worth resting on here before we move to the next of our lies. The reason the false picture took hold so easily is that most of us never meet the real evidence. We never open a medieval account book or hold a medieval comb. We meet the Middle Ages only through stories, through films and cartoons and offhand remarks, and those stories were shaped again and again by people who found the dark version more dramatic, or more useful, or simply more fun. A grimy, ignorant, brutal past makes the present feel like a triumph. It flatters us. It lets us feel that we have climbed up out of some pit when the truth is gentler and less grand. We did not climb out of a pit. We are the latest branch on a very long and living tree, and the people at its roots were not so different from us as we like to imagine. They looked up at the same round world under the same wheeling stars, and they were not afraid of the edge, because they knew, as you know, that there is no edge to fall from. Let us turn now to a lie that hides inside a number, because it is one of the most stubborn of them all, and undoing it is a very peaceful thing to do as the night deepens. You have almost certainly heard it said that in the Middle Ages people died terribly young. That a medieval person was old at 30 and lucky to see 40, and that a grey-haired elder was a rare and wondrous thing. The number usually given is around 30 or 35. Life was short, you were told. They were all worn out and gone before we would even count them as middle-aged. And so we picture a world of the young and the doomed, everyone racing through a brief hard life and dropping away before their time. It is not true, and the way it is not true is worth understanding slowly, because it teaches you to be gentle with numbers for the rest of your life. The figure is real. When historians study medieval populations, they do often find an average life expectancy of somewhere around 30 or 35 years. But here is the quiet trick hidden in that word, average. An average is a single number laid over a whole crowd of very different lives, and sometimes it hides more than it shows. The low average of the Middle Ages does not mean that most people died in their 30s. It means something much sadder and much more specific. It means that a great many children died very young, and those small lives ended so early pulled the whole average down. Let me show you how the arithmetic works, softly, because once you see it, you can never unsee it. Imagine a village. Imagine that of every 10 babies born there, 3 or 4 do not live to see their 5th birthday. That was the hard truth of the age, before we understood how sickness spread, before clean water and medicine, when a fever or a bad winter could take the smallest and weakest first. Now, those children who died at 2 or 3 years old count in the average as very short lives. The ones who made it through, who survived those dangerous early years, did not then quietly expire at 30. They went on to live long, full lives. If you take a child who died at 4 and a woman who lived to 60 and average their 2 lives together, you get 32. And that single number, 32, tells you almost nothing true about either of them. It erases the child, and it erases the old woman, and it leaves you with a figure that describes no real person at all. So the honest picture is this. The great danger in a medieval life was the very beginning of it. The first few years were the hard gate everyone had to pass through. But once a person was through that gate, once they had survived childhood, they could reasonably expect to reach their 50s. And many went well beyond that, into their 60s and 70s, and some further still. We know this, again, from the record and from the ground. From the bones in medieval graves, which show us adults who lived to a good age, whose worn joints and healed injuries tell of long lives lived and long work done. From the wills and the records, which are full of grandparents, of old men and old women holding land and giving advice and being cared for by their families. A monastery might be home to monks in their 70s and 80s, still at their desks, still copying their book. Kings and queens, scholars and merchants, ordinary farmers, lived into old age often enough that no one thought it a miracle. Old age was not rare. It was simply earned by first surviving being small. Think of what this means for the picture in your head. The medieval world was not a world without the old. It was a world where the young and the old lived side by side, where a child might well grow up knowing a grandparent, where the village had its elders, its keepers of memory, its slow, wise voices by the fire. The tragedy of the age was not that grown people dropped dead young. It was that so many never got to grow up at all, and that the ones who loved them had to bear that loss again and again. That is a heavier and more human sorrow than the cartoon of everyone withering at 30. And it makes the survivors, the ones who came through and lived long, feel all the more real, all the more like your own grandmother, your own great-grandfather, sitting somewhere warm with the years gathered around them. There is a tenderness in this correction that I want you to carry with you. When we say everyone died young, we accidentally rob the medieval world of its old people, and old people are the ones who hold the world together. They are the memory. They are the ones who knew the songs and the stories and the way things used to be done. To imagine a past with no elders is to imagine a past with no depth, no long threads running back through time. But those elders were there. They sat in the same evening light you are lying in now. They grew tired at the end of the day, as you are tired now. They had lived long enough to have seen a great deal, and to be ready, at last, for rest. And notice, once again, the shape of the lie. Began with something true, a real number, an average of around 30. And then that true thing was handed to us, stripped of all its meaning, flattened into a false and frightening picture. Nobody had to invent a fact to fool us here. They only had to hand us a number without the care it needed, and let us picture the worst. The truth was in the record all along, in the bones and the wills, waiting quietly to be read the right way. Now let us wash away another lie, and this one you can almost smell, because it is the one about medieval people being filthy. The story goes that in the Middle Ages nobody washed. People lived their whole lives caked in grime, that they feared water and thought bathing was dangerous, that the streets and the people alike reeked, and that the perfumes of later ages were invented mostly to cover the stench of the unwashed. Picture a brown and greasy world, everyone crusted with dirt, holding scented cloths to their noses. It is a vivid picture. It is also, once again, very largely a fantasy, and the truth is a good deal more pleasant to imagine as you lie there clean and warm in your bed. Medieval people liked to be clean. They washed. They cared about it. And in the towns they had somewhere lovely to do it. Let me take you into one of those places, because it is a scene worth resting in. Imagine a bathhouse in a medieval city, somewhere in the 1200s or 1300s. From the outside it is an ordinary building on an ordinary street, but push open the door and the air changes at once, warm and damp and soft against your face, thick with steam. Inside there are great wooden tubs, deep enough to sit in, and water is heated over fires and carried in and poured steaming into the baths. People sit and soak. They talk. Because a trip to the bathhouse was not only about getting clean, it was a social pleasure, the way it had been for the Romans long before, a place to meet your neighbours and catch up on the news and the gossip, while the warm water eased the aches of a working week. Some bathhouses served food and drink. Some had music. It was, in its simple way, a lovely thing, a warm, bright room full of steam and conversation on a cold northern afternoon. And these were not rare. Public bathhouses existed in nearly every city of any size in medieval Europe, from around the 1200s onward. A single town might have a good many of them. They were open several days a week, and Saturday was the busiest because it marked the end of the working days and people wanted to be clean and fresh. In some places the custom of washing was taken so seriously that a person who never went to the baths might even be looked at askance. Bathing was not feared. It was expected. It was part of the ordinary rhythm of the week, as normal as market day. And even for those who did not go to a public bath, washing was simply part of life. Soap existed, and had for a very long time. As early as the 800s and 900s, people in Europe were making soap from animal fat and the ash of wood, and sometimes they scented it with sweet herbs like sage and thyme, so that a bar of soap smelled of a summer garden. People washed their hands before and after meals, as a matter of good manners, pouring water over them from a jug. They washed their faces. They washed with basins of water in their own homes between visits to the bathhouse. They cleaned their teeth by rubbing them with cloths and herbs. They combed their hair, which is why we dig so many combs out of the medieval ground. Cleanliness was tied up with courtesy and with decency, with being a proper and respectable person. To be dirty was not the medieval ideal. It was then as now something to be a little ashamed of. So where did the greasy, reeking picture come from? Here the answer is a little different from the others and rather interesting. Part of it, once again, is later ages looking back and choosing to imagine the worst. Part of it comes from a real change, and the change came at the very end of the Middle Ages and after, not during their long middle. The bathhouses declined. And they declined, in good part, out of fear of sickness. You may remember that terrible visitor that swept across Europe in the middle 1300s, the great wave of plague, the pestilence that took so many lives in so few years. In the long shadow of that disaster and of the outbreaks that kept returning, people grew afraid. And one of the things they grew afraid of was the bathhouse itself. When a mysterious sickness is passing from person to person, a warm, crowded room full of naked strangers begins to seem less like a pleasure and more like a danger. Physicians of the time, working with the best ideas they had, came to worry that warm water opened the pores of the body and let sickness in. And so, slowly, over the 1500s and 1600s, well after the medieval centuries we have been speaking of, the bathhouses closed. People bathed less in water and relied more on clean linen and scent. In other words, the great age of not washing, if there ever really was one, came after the Middle Ages, not during them. The dirtiest centuries were early modern, closer to the age of powdered wigs than to the age of knights and cathedrals. There is a small sad irony tangled up in this too. Many of the medieval bathhouses, especially in some cities, drifted over time into a less innocent trade. In parts of England the bathhouses were called the stews, and some of the stews became places of ill repute, brothels as much as baths, and this too gave the authorities a reason to frown on them and eventually to shut them down. So the warm, bright social bathhouse had a complicated life. But at its heart, and for most of the Middle Ages, it was simply what it seemed, a place to get clean and warm and to be among friends. So let the greasy picture dissolve the way dirt dissolves in warm water. The medieval person you should imagine is not caked in filth and holding a cloth to their nose. They are more likely coming home from the bathhouse on a Saturday afternoon, skin warm, hair combed, smelling faintly of herb-scented soap, ready for the rest that comes at the end of a clean week. Not so unlike you, tonight, freshly washed and settling into your bed. Once again, the distance between us and them turns out to be far smaller than the story promised. Since we have wandered near the kitchen, let us stay there a while, because there is a lie that lives in the medieval kitchen too, and it is a tasty one to take apart. You have probably heard it said that in the Middle Ages people used spices to hide the taste of rotten meat. The picture is a grim little scene. A wealthy household, no way to keep meat fresh, the meat turning and spoiling, and so the cooks reach for pepper and cinnamon and cloves and ginger, and they drown the spoiled flesh in spice to cover the rot, and everyone eats it and pretends not to notice. It sounds almost clever in a desperate way. It fits the dark picture of the age perfectly. And it makes no sense at all once you know one simple fact about what spices actually were. Spices in the Middle Ages were staggeringly expensive. They were among the most costly things a person could buy. They came from far away, from India and the islands of the Far East, carried overland and by sea across half the world, passing through many hands, each of which took a share, until by the time a little pepper or a few cloves reached a European market, they were worth a small fortune. To give you a sense of it, a single pound of pepper, and pepper was the cheapest and most common of the spices, could cost about as much as a whole live pig. Sit with that for a moment. Pound of pepper or a whole pig. That is the exchange we are talking about. Now, follow the logic gently. If you were wealthy enough to own spices, wealthy enough to buy something that cost as much as a pig by the pound, then you were, quite obviously, wealthy enough to buy fresh meat. The very same people who could afford spices were the richest people in the land. They owned herds. They owned forests full of game. They could have a fresh animal slaughtered whenever they wished and eat it that very day. Why on earth would such a person take their precious, absurdly costly spices and pour them over meat that had gone bad when they could simply have fresh meat brought to the table instead? It would be like a person today with a cabinet full of the finest and most expensive things they own, using them to disguise something they could replace for almost nothing. Nobody would do it. Nobody did. The real story of medieval spices is not one of desperation, but of delight and of showing off. Spices were used precisely because they were expensive. To serve a dish rich with pepper and cinnamon and saffron was to announce, without saying a word, that you were a person of wealth and importance, that you could command the treasures of the far side of the world and set them on your table. Spices were a kind of edible jewelry. They said, "Look how far my reach extends. Look what I can afford." And beyond the showing off, people simply loved the taste. Medieval cooking, at least among those who could afford it, was bold and fragrant and complicated, full of sweet and sharp and warm flavors layered together. The recipes survive, written down in the cookbooks of the age, and when you read them, you find not the panic of hiding rot, but the joy of a cook playing with color and scent and flavor, making something beautiful. And here is a detail that quietly finishes off the myth altogether. Those same surviving recipes and the household rules that go with them often insist on freshness. They tell you that the fish must be caught fresh and cooked fresh. They warn against meat that is not good. Far from being a culture that shrugged at spoiled food and covered it up, the medieval kitchen, at least the well-run one, cared a great deal about ingredients being fresh and sound. People then knew, as well as you do, when meat had turned, and they did not want to eat it any more than you would. They had their ways of keeping food too. They salted meat and fish, they smoked it, they dried it, they made it into preserves, all real and sensible ways of keeping food good through the long months when fresh was hard to find. The spice was never a mask. It was a pleasure and a luxury and a boast. So you can let go of that grim little kitchen scene, the cook drowning the rot in pepper. Never happened, or at least it was never the ordinary way of things. Instead, picture a great hall at a feast, the tables laid, a dish coming out warm and fragrant, sweet with cinnamon and bright with saffron, and the guests leaning in at the wonderful smell of it, knowing full well that the spice in that dish had travelled farther than any of them ever would, from the far edge of the known world to this table on this night. That is closer to the truth. The Middle Ages, when they could afford it, ate not to hide their food, but to celebrate it. And you will notice, yet again, the same quiet lesson underneath. The rotten meat story survives not because there is any evidence for it, but because it fits the picture we were handed, the picture of a backward and desperate age. Once you know a single real fact, that spices cost as much as a pig by the pound, the whole story falls apart in your hands. So much of undoing these lies is like that. Not grand new discoveries, but one small true fact set gently in the right place, and the whole dark tale simply cannot stand. Let us turn now to one of the largest lies of all, one so big that it shapes the very name we give these centuries. It is the belief that the Middle Ages were a great darkness, a long night of ignorance in which learning was crushed and books were burned or forgot, and the church stood over everything like a heavy hand, forbidding people to think, holding back the light of knowledge for 1,000 years until at last the modern world broke free. This is the idea buried in that gloomy phrase, the Dark Ages. And it is, perhaps, the most unfair of all the stories told about these people, because the truth is very nearly the reverse. Keeping of learning alive through those centuries was, more than anything else, the work of the church. It was monks who saved the books. Let us go back to that scriptorium once more, that quiet writing room, and understand what was really happening there. When the old Roman world came apart, when its cities shrank and its roads fell quiet, and much of its grandeur crumbled, a great deal could have been lost forever. The writings of the ancient world, the philosophy and the poetry and the science and the history, all of it existed only in copies made by hand, and hand-made copies wear out and burn and rot and vanish unless someone keeps making new ones. And someone did. In the monasteries, generation after generation, monks copied out the old books. They copied the scriptures, of course, but they also copied the pagan poets of ancient Rome and the philosophers of ancient Greece, and works on medicine and farming and the stars. They did not always agree with what they copied. Often they were preserving the words of people whose beliefs were very different from their own. They understood that the words were worth keeping, and so they kept them, one careful letter at a time, in the cold, by the thin light of the window. Think of the strangeness and the beauty of that. Much of what we have today of the ancient world, the words of writers who lived long before the Middle Ages even began, survives only because medieval monks bent over their desks and copied it forward through the centuries. Without them, much of the light of the ancient world would simply have gone out. The very people we were taught to blame for 1,000 years of darkness are the people who carried the torch through the night and handed it, unbroken, to us. It is one of the great quiet acts of preservation in all of human history, and it was done not by great heroes, but by countless unnamed monks, doing patient work in small rooms, most of whose names we will never know. And these monasteries were not only copying rooms, they were, in a real sense, the schools and the libraries and the research centres of their world. Monks studied what they copied. They wrote new works of their own on history and nature and faith and reason. They kept the chronicles, the year-by-year records of what happened, which are among our best windows into the age. They studied the movement of the heavens, partly for a very practical reason, because the Church needed to calculate the dates of its holy days, and that calculation required real astronomy, real mathematics, careful observation of the sun and moon. Our friend Bede, the monk who knew the earth was round, wrote a whole careful work on exactly this, on the reckoning of time, and it required him to understand the motions of the heavens with real precision. This is not the work of a mind in darkness. It is the work of a mind at the frontier of what its age could know, doing serious science in a monastery 13 centuries ago. So the picture of the Church as the great enemy of knowledge is, at the very least, deeply unfair. The truth is tangled, as truth usually is. The medieval Church was a vast and complicated thing, and like any vast institution, it did some things that helped learning and, at times, some things that hindered it. But on the whole, across those long centuries, the Church was the single greatest keeper and grower of learning in Europe. Preserved the ancient book. It ran the schools. And, as we are about to see, it gave birth to something entirely new, an invention so successful that it still surrounds us today, so familiar that we forget it had to be invented at all. But before we get there, let us pause on where the Dark Ages story itself came from, because by now you can probably guess the shape of it. The gloomy name was not given to these centuries by the people who lived in them. Nobody in the year 1200 thought they were living in the dark. The idea of a long, dark middle came later, from scholars in the ages that followed who wished to flatter their own time. They wanted to believe that they had rediscovered the light of the ancient world after a long night, and to make their own age shine brighter, they painted the centuries before them darker than they were. And then, later still, came those writers we have already met, the ones who wanted a war between religion and knowledge, and they seized on the Dark Ages with delight and made the darkness deeper and blamed it all on the Church. Layer upon layer, century after century, the shadow was painted on by people who had never met a single medieval monk and who never opened one of the thousands of books those monks had so carefully saved. The truth, once more, is quieter and kinder than the story. The lamp of learning was never put out. It was carried, low and steady, through every one of those centuries, in the hands of exactly the people we were told had smothered it. Now here is the part of the learning story that I find the most surprising and the most delightful, and it is the perfect answer to anyone who still thinks the Middle Ages or a time when nobody was allowed to think. The university, the very thing so many of us spent years of our lives inside, the lecture hall and the degree and the whole idea of a community of scholars gathered to study, is a medieval invention. It did not come from the ancient world. It did not come from the modern one. It was born in the Middle Ages, in the very centuries we were told were dark. Let me take you to the birth of the first one. In the Italian city of Bologna, in the late 1000s, around the year 1088, students and teachers began to gather to study, above all to study law. The old Roman law had been rediscovered, and it was complicated and powerful and in great demand, and people came from far away to learn it from the masters who understood it. Over time, these gatherings organized themselves. The students, many of them grown men who had traveled a long way and paid good money, banded together, and the teachers organized too, and out of all this grew something new in the world, a permanent, self-governing community of learning, with its own rules and its own rights. They even had a word for this community, a Latin word that meant, roughly, the whole of them together, the corporation, the guild. That word was universitas. It is the word we still use. University began as the name for a band of medieval students and teachers looking after one another in a foreign city. Bologna was only the first. Within a lifetime or two, the same thing was happening across Europe. In the great city of Paris, sometime in the middle 1100s, another university took shape. This one famous above all for the study of philosophy and of religion, and it drew the sharpest minds of the age. And across the water in England by the end of the 1100s, scholars were gathering and teaching at a town called Oxford, and a true university grew up there too, one that is still teaching students today, more than 800 years later. Think of that. If you have ever walked through the old stone courts of Oxford, or heard its name, you have brushed up against a living thing that was born in the so-called Dark Ages and has never once stopped. Bologna, Paris, Oxford, and then more and more of them, spreading across the whole continent, each a new lamp lit from the others. And what did they study in these places, these medieval universities? Not nothing. Not superstition. They studied law and medicine and the scriptures, yes, but they also studied what they called natural philosophy, which was their name for the study of the natural world, ancestor of all our sciences. They studied the works of the ancient Greek thinkers, which had come back into Europe, some of them carried and preserved and improved by the great scholars of the Islamic world, and then translated into Latin for the Western schools. They studied logic, the careful art of reasoning itself, and they became astonishingly good at it, so good that a medieval scholar could pick an argument apart with a precision that would impress a lawyer or a philosopher today. They argued about the nature of matter, about motion, about light, about the heavens, about the soul. They did not always get the answers right. They were asking the questions, seriously, rigorously, and building the very tools of thought that later ages would use to get further. There were real thinkers among them, men whose names deserve to be remembered as more than shadows. There was a scholar who studied the rainbow and light and tried to understand how we see. There were others who thought carefully about motion and speed, and who worked out ideas that pointed, dimly, toward discoveries that would not be fully made for centuries. There were great teachers who insisted that reason and faith could walk together, that to study the world carefully was itself a way of honoring the one who made it. This was not a world that forbade thinking. It was a world that built the very institutions in which thinking could be organized and passed on and improved, the institutions we still rely on. So the next time you hear that the Middle Ages were a time when learning stopped, you can hold in your mind this quiet, powerful fact. The place where we still send our brightest young people to learn, the university itself, with its lectures and its scholars and its degrees, is a gift handed to us directly from the medieval world. They invented it. They built the first ones out of nothing, in Bologna and Paris and Oxford, and they built them so well that they are still standing, still teaching, nearly 1,000 years on. A dark age does not build a thing like that. Only an age hungry for knowledge and confident that knowledge is worth organizing and protecting builds a university and hands it down through 8 centuries to a student who has never once thought to thank them for it. Rest on that a while in the quiet. All those young scholars, so long ago crowding into cold lecture rooms in Bologna and Paris and Oxford, arguing late into the night about the nature of things, no different in their hunger to learn than any student today. The light of the mind was not out in those centuries. It was gathering itself into new and lasting shapes, shapes we still live inside, without ever noticing whose hands first made them. Let us step now to the edges of the medieval world, up into the cold north, to the people we call the Vikings, because there is a lie sitting right on top of their heads, and it is one of the most charming ones to lift away. Close your eyes, or keep them closed if they are already closing, and picture a Viking. Almost everyone pictures the same thing. A big fierce warrior with a shaggy beard, standing on the prow of a long ship, and on his head a helmet with 2 great curving horns rising from the sides. That helmet is everywhere. It is on the sports jackets and the cartoons and the costumes. It is the single most instantly recognizable thing about the Vikings, the one detail everyone knows. And here is the gentle truth. The Vikings never wore it. There is no good evidence, none at all, that Viking warriors ever wore horned helmets into battle. The horns are a costume, and a rather recent one, and we can even name the man who put them there. Let us think first about why the horns were never real, because it only takes a moment of quiet common sense. Imagine actually going into a fight wearing a helmet with 2 horns sticking out of it. In the press and chaos of battle, those horns would be a gift to your enemy, something to catch a blow or a rope or a reaching hand and wrench your head sideways. A helmet is meant to make blows glance off, to be smooth and rounded so that an axe or a sword slides away rather than catching. Horns do the opposite. They give the weapon something to grab. No practical warrior, and the Vikings were nothing if not practical warriors, would have burdened his own head with such a thing. And when we dig up the actual helmets of the Viking age, the real ones, out of the real graves, they are just what sense would suggest. Simple rounded caps of iron, close-fitting, made to protect and to let a blow slide away. Not a horn among them. The Vikings, in life, wore sensible helmets because they wanted to keep their heads. So where did the horns come from? This is the lovely part, because we can point to almost the exact moment. Horned Viking was born not on a battlefield, but on a stage in the 1800s, more than 700 years after the Viking Age had ended. In that century there was a great fashion, especially in the north of Europe, for looking back to the old sagas and the old gods and the old heroes of the ancient North, and dressing them up in grand and romantic ways. And the grandest expression of all was a set of operas, enormous, sweeping musical dramas, composed by a man named Richard Wagner, telling stories of gods and heroes drawn from the old northern myths. These operas were a tremendous event, and when they were first staged in full, in the year 1876, someone had to design the costumes, to decide how all these ancient heroes and warriors would look upon the stage. That someone was a designer named Carl Emil Doppler. And Doppler, wanting his warriors to look magnificent and wild and unmistakably of the ancient North, put horns and wings on their helmets. It looked splendid from the seats. It made the figures on the stage seem larger than life, primal, thrilling. And it had almost nothing to do with how the real Vikings had ever looked. But it caught. It caught the way a good image always catches. The operas were famous, and the costumes were striking, and the horned helmet leapt off the stage and into paintings and posters, and, in time, into every cartoon and every costume shop in the world. Within a few generations, the horns had become the very symbol of the Viking, so fixed in everyone's mind that the real, sensible, round iron helmets of the actual Vikings began to seem wrong, somehow, as if history itself had failed to dress properly. A costume designer's flourish, made for a single opera in the 1870s, had quietly rewritten how the whole world pictured a people who had lived 1,000 years before. There is something wonderful in this, and something that should make us a little careful. Wonderful, because it is such a clear, clean example of exactly how these lies are made. Not by conspiracy, not by malice, but by an artist reaching for something that looked good, and the image being so pleasing that it swallowed the truth. And it should make us careful, because if a single opera costume can rewrite an entire people in the public mind, then how many other things that we simply know about the past came to us the same way, from a painting, a play, a film, a designer's happy invention, rather than from anything that ever truly happened? The real Vikings, the ones under the plain iron caps, were a more interesting people than the cartoon anyway. They were farmers and traders and explorers as much as they were raiders. They crossed vast stretches of open sea in open boats, guided by the sun and the stars and a deep, hard-won knowledge of wind and water. they reached lands astonishingly far from home. They told long and intricate stories and made fine and beautiful things. They do not need the horns. The horns, if anything, shrink them, turn them into a simple cartoon of ferocity, when the truth is that they were clever and far-ranging and complicated people. So let the horns fall away gently and see the real helmet beneath, plain and round and sensible, on the head of a real person who wanted, above all, to come home. Now we come to a darker corner of the story, and I want to move through it gently and quickly, because it is not a place to linger, especially at this hour. It is the myth of the medieval torture chamber, and above all, the myth of one famous and terrible device, the one called the Iron Maiden. You likely know the object, at least as a picture. Tall cabinet in the rough shape of a person, made of iron, that swings open like a door, and inside, lined along the inner face, rows of long spikes, so that when the cabinet is closed upon someone, the spikes press in. It appears in films and in dark museums and in stories meant to frighten. It has become one of the great symbols of medieval cruelty, held up as proof that these were savage centuries, an age that delighted in inventing horrors. And here is the quiet, steadying truth. The Iron Maiden is not medieval at all. No such device existed in the Middle Ages. It was invented as a story and then as an object hundreds of years later. Let me lay out how we know, because it is a clear case, and knowing it will let you set the fear down. When historians go looking for the Iron Maiden in the actual records of the Middle Ages, in all those carefully kept court rolls and chronicles and legal papers we have spoken of, they find nothing. Not a description. Not a mention. Not a single case where such a thing was used. For a device so dramatic that silence is deafening. Real instruments and real punishments of the age do appear in the records, because people wrote things down. But the Iron Maiden simply is not there. Where it first appears is much later. The earliest real account of an Iron Maiden comes from the end of the 1700s, from a writer who described a supposed cruel execution said to have happened long before. The source he claimed to be drawing on has never been found by anyone since, and given that no other record of such a device exists anywhere, historians have concluded, calmly and firmly, that the writer simply made it up. He invented a horror and dressed it in the costume of a distant age, and people believed him, because by then everyone was quite ready to believe the worst of the Middle Ages. And then the object itself was built to match the story. The most famous of these Iron Maidens, the one people came to gawk at, was made in the city of Nuremberg, and it was assembled out of odds and ends long after the medieval centuries, precisely to be shown off as a piece of the terrible past. It was a kind of attraction, and this is the real engine behind the whole legend. In the 1700s and 1800s, there was a great appetite for the gruesome, and there was money to be made in feeding it. Museums and showmen and collectors wanted objects that would make visitors shudder, and a genuine dull old helmet or a plain iron cap would not do it. So devices were built, or old harmless objects were relabeled as instruments of torture and given fearsome names and fearsome stories and displayed as relics of a cruel and benighted age. Many of the terrible instruments you might see today in a so-called medieval torture museum are exactly this. Not medieval at all, but later inventions, stage props for a horror story that later ages wanted to tell about the people who came before them. Now, I will not pretend the Middle Ages were gentle in the way we hope our own age is gentle. Justice then could be hard, and punishment could be harsh, and I will not dress that away, because these were real human beings living in a hard world, and hardness was part of it. But here is the thing worth holding on to. Their world was no crueler, in the end, than many of the ages that came after it, including some that thought themselves very civilized indeed. The special reputation of the Middle Ages as a uniquely savage time, a time of dungeons and spiked cabinets and endless torment, is not something the record supports. It is a costume, like the horned helmet, sewn onto the past by later people who found the darkness useful or thrilling or profitable. And I think there is a reason we so easily believe the worst here, and it is worth naming softly before we leave this corner. It comforts us a little to believe that cruelty belongs to the past, that it was them back there in the dark who built the terrible machines, and that we have left all that behind. It lets us feel safe and advanced. The truth that the famous machines were mostly invented later by people not so unlike us, to frighten and to entertain, is a more honest and more humbling thing. The past was not a pit of special monsters. It was full of ordinary people, trying, as people always have, to keep order in a hard world, and mostly, day to day, simply trying to live. The spiked cabinet was never in their homes or their court. It was in the imagination of the ages that came after, and it is time to close it gently and walk on. There is another object from that same drawer of supposed medieval horrors, and it belongs with the Iron Maiden because its story runs along almost exactly the same path. It is the chastity belt, the iron garment that a jealous husband, so the tale goes, would lock upon his wife before riding off to war, to guarantee her faithfulness while he was gone. Like the Iron Maiden, it has become a fixed symbol of the age, shorthand for a world of cruelty and suspicion and the harsh control of women. And, like the Iron Maiden, it very largely never existed. Let us be careful and fair here, because the honest answer has a little more shading than a simple yes or no. The idea of a chastity belt does appear in the Middle Ages, but where it appears is telling. It turns up first not in any record of a real object being made or used, but in writing, and in a playful, joking sort of writing at that. The earliest known mention comes from the very start of the 1400s, in a book that was mostly about machines of war, siege engines, and the tools of soldiering, written by a German engineer. And there, tucked in among the serious devices, almost as an aside, he sketches the idea of an iron belt to guard a woman's faithfulness. But scholars who have looked closely believe this was meant as a joke, a bit of ribald humour slicked in among the war machines, not the description of anything real. It was a comic fancy, a wink, the kind of thing a clever writer includes to amuse. It was never a blueprint for a thing that people actually built and used. And when we go looking, as we always do, for the real objects in the real record, for any solid evidence that medieval people made and wore these belts, we come up almost entirely empty. There are no reliable accounts of them in ordinary use. There are no examples that we can trust to be genuinely of the age. There are, and there are a fair few of them sitting in museums, are objects made much later, in the 17 and 1800s, the same busy centuries that gave us the fake torture devices. The great museums that once proudly displayed medieval chastity belts have, one by one, quietly admitted that their belts are not medieval at all. They were made long after, some as curiosities for collectors with a taste for the risque, some very likely as simple hoaxes, jokes in iron. Nearly every so-called original, when it is finally examined with honest eyes, turns out to be a later fake. There is even a plain and gentle physical fact that argues against the whole idea, and I will put it delicately, as befits the hour. A person cannot actually wear a locked iron garment like that for any real length of time, for weeks or months, without their body suffering terribly for it. It simply is not survivable in the way the story imagines, with the husband away at war for a season and the wife locked up the whole while. The tale asks us to believe in something that the human body would not allow. And that, too, is a clue that we are dealing with a fantasy rather than a fact, a story that sounds vivid and cruel, but that falls apart the moment you ask whether a real person could actually live it. So why does the chastity belt endure, if it was mostly a joke and a later fake? For the same reason all these lies endure. It fits the picture. It confirms what we already believe we know about the Middle Ages, that they were a time of grim suspicion and the harsh caging of women, and so we accept it without asking for evidence, and the fake belts in the glass cases seem to prove it, and round it goes. The truth that it began as a bawdy joke and was later manufactured as a naughty curiosity is less dramatic, but it is far more honest, and in a way far more interesting, because it shows us not a cruel medieval husband, but a long chain of later people finding the idea too delicious to let go of. I do not want to paint the Middle Ages as a paradise for women, because no honest telling could. It was a hard world, and in many ways an unequal one, and women bore burdens and faced limits that we would find unjust today. That is true, and it is part of the real record, and it deserves to be told plainly. But the specific horror of the locked iron belt, the caged wife, is not part of that real record. It is a later invention, sewn on like all the others, and when we hang it around the necks of medieval people, we are not telling the truth about. We are only dressing them, once again, in a costume made long after they were gone by people who wanted them to look a certain way. Let us take up one more of these dark stories, and then we will turn back toward the light. because we have spent long enough in the shadowed corners, and the night is asking us to soften now. This last one is perhaps the ugliest of all the tales told about the age, and I am glad to be able to lift it away. It is the belief that a medieval lord held a right over the women of his lands on their wedding nights, that when a peasant girl married, her lord could claim her first, before her own husband, simply because he was the lord and she was his to command. It has a grand old name, sometimes given in French or in Latin, the right of the first night. And it appears in films and novels as one of the great emblems of feudal cruelty, the ultimate proof of how the powerful crushed the powerless in those dark years. Here is the truth, and you may rest easier for it. Historians have searched long and hard for any solid evidence that this was ever a real law or a real practice, and they have found essentially none. When scholars comb through the law books of the Middle Ages, the charters, the court records, all the vast written memory of the age, they do not find this right written down anywhere as an actual law that lords held and used. There are mentions of the idea, references to it, arguments about it, but there is no trail of real cases, no record of it being claimed and enforced in the way the legend describes. For something so shocking that absence in the careful record tells us a great deal. The medieval world wrote down its laws and its quarrels in astonishing detail. If lords had truly held and used such a right, we would expect to find it in the records, and it is not there. So what was it, if not a real law? It seems, as best the historians can tell, to have been mostly a story, and a story that was told and retold for reasons that had little to do with the Middle Ages themselves. Some think that in its origins it may have grown out of ordinary fees, that a lord might charge a payment when one of his people married, a tax on the wedding, and that over time and through many retellings, this dull matter of a fee swelled into the lurid tale of a right over the bride herself. Payment to be allowed to marry is a real and unglamorous thing. Easy to imagine, and easy, too, to see how bitterness and rumour could twist it into something far darker. The real life of this legend, its true home, is not the Middle Ages at all. It is the centuries that came after, when the idea became a weapon in arguments the medieval world had no part in. In the 16 and 17 and 1800s, when people wished to attack the old order of lords and kings, when they wanted to show how rotten and cruel the whole feudal past had been, the right of the first night was a perfect club to beat it. What could prove the wickedness of the old lords better than the claim that they had preyed on peasant brides? And so writers reached for the story again and again, not because they had found evidence of it, but because it was so useful. The famous phrase itself, the ringing name we still use, only came into wide use in those later centuries, long after the Middle Ages had ended. It was popularized by the great critics of the old order, the sharp-witted writers of the age that prided itself on reason, who held it up as a symbol of everything they wished to sweep away. It served their argument beautifully. It simply was not true. Do you see once more the pattern that runs through every one of these tales? The lie is almost never made in the Middle Ages. It is made later, and made about the Middle Ages, by people with a quarrel of their own, people who found the medieval world a convenient villain. The flat earth served those who wanted a war between faith and science. The Dark Ages served those who wanted their own time to shine. The horned helmet served an artist who wanted a splendid figure on a stage. Iron Maiden and the chastity belt served showmen who wanted to make a shudder pay. And the right of the first night served those who wanted to tear down the old order of lords. In every case, the medieval person is silent, long dead, unable to speak for themselves, and in that silence we hang upon them whatever costume suits the story we wish to tell. That is the real lie at the heart of all the little lies. Not any one false fact, but the whole habit of using the dead as scenery for our own dramas. And once you see that habit clearly, you can set it down. You can let the medieval people out of the costumes we put them in. You can let them be what they actually were, which is the thing we turn to now in these last soft hours as the night grows deep and your breathing slows. So let us spend these last quiet hours not tearing down lies, but simply resting in the truth, in the real medieval world, the one that was there all along beneath all those costumes. And I want to begin with time itself, with the shape of a year, because the medieval year was a beautiful and gentle thing, and living inside it for a while is a peaceful way to drift towards sleep. Imagine, if you will, being a person in a medieval village, an ordinary person, a farmer, one of the great many whose hands fed everyone else. Your life is not ruled by a clock. There are no clocks, not the way we mean, not ticking on every wall and wrist. Your life is ruled by the sun and by the seasons, by the slow great wheel of the year turning through its parts. In the spring you break the earth and set the seed. In the summer you tend the growing fields and cut the hay while the long light lasts. In the autumn you bring in the harvest, the busiest and most anxious time of all, when the whole year's work comes due at once. And in the winter, when the ground is hard and the days are short, the work eases, and there is time to mend and to rest and to sit by the fire in the long dark evenings. Your life moves with the world, not against it. You rise with the light, and you sleep with the dark, and the year carries you around and around, the same shape every time, familiar as breathing. And woven all through that year were the feast days, and here is a truth that might surprise you, one that the muse of this very kind of story loves to point out. The medieval person, the ordinary working person, very likely had more days of rest than you do. Church calendar was full of holy days, and on a holy day you did not work. There were the great feasts that everyone knows, the ones at midwinter and in the spring, but there were also a great many smaller ones scattered all through the year, the days of this saint and that saint, days of the local church, days tied to the seasons and the harvest. Add them all up across a whole year, and the number of days off could be very large indeed, far more than a modern person is given. And these were not quiet days of chores at home. They were true festivals, days of gathering, of eating better than usual, of music and dancing and games on the village green, of ale and laughter and the whole community together in the churchyard and the fields. Work was hard when it came, harder than most of us know. But it came in a rhythm, with real rest and real celebration folded through it, not the endless flat grind we sometimes imagine. Picture one of those feast days. The morning begins in the church, of course, with the whole village gathered, the building itself a wonder, because even a modest village church was often the finest and most beautiful thing for miles, its walls perhaps painted with bright pictures, its windows perhaps glowing with coloured glass, place of colour and light in a world that had little of either. And then after, the day opens out. There is food more and better than an ordinary day, bread and cheese and ale and perhaps meat. There is music, played on simple instruments, pipes and drums and strings, and there is dancing, real dancing. People who have known each other all their lives turning together on the grass. There are games, some of them rough and joyful. There is talk, endless talk, the news and the gossip of a small, close world where everyone knows everyone. Children run underfoot. The old sit and watch and remember other feast days long ago. And over it all the same, sun crosses the same sky. And when it sets, everyone goes home tired and content to sleep and to rise again the next day to the ordinary round. Does that sound like a grim and joyless age? It should not, because it was not. These were people who knew how to feast, who built their whole year around a rhythm of work and rest and celebration, who found in their crowded calendar of holy days a reason to gather and to be glad again and again through every season. They loved colour and music and good food and company and a day off, exactly as you do. The idea that the Middle Ages were nothing but toil and misery and fear is another of the costumes, and it comes off as easily as the rest. Underneath is a world that understood something we sometimes forget, that a life needs its festivals, its bright days scattered through the dark ones, its reasons to stop and eat and dance and rest. And rest they did. When the short winter days came and the fields lay quiet under frost, the pace of everything slowed, and the long evenings by the fire were for stories, for songs, for the slow companionable work of hands that could be done in dim light, mending and spinning and carving. This was the season of tales, when the old ones told the young ones the stories that had come down through the years, the same way the monks in their scriptoria copied the books, one voice passing the words to the next. On such a night, in such a village, 700 years ago, someone was doing almost exactly what we are doing now. Sitting in the warm dark at the end of the day, with the work put down, letting a story carry them gently towards sleep. Let us leave the village now and walk, slowly, into a medieval town, because the towns too were nothing like the grim and squalid places of the legend, and wandering their streets in the mind is a soothing thing. A medieval town was, above all, a place of making. Everywhere you walked, someone was making something by hand with real skill. Here was the workshop of a weaver, the loom clacking softly, cloth growing thread by thread. There the shop of a shoemaker, cutting and stitching leather. Farther on, a baker, and the warm, good smell of bread pouring out into the street. Candle maker, a barrel maker, a worker in silver, a worker in iron whose hammer rang all day, a dyer whose hands were stained with the colours he pulled from plants and shells, blues and reds and yellows, because these people loved colour and knew how to make it. Town was a hive of crafts, each one a deep skill passed down over long years, and the people who practiced them were proud, as any true maker is proud. And they organized themselves in a way that once again reaches right down into our own world. Craftspeople of a town joined together into what they called guilds, and a guild was a kind of brotherhood of a single trade, all the weavers together, or all the bakers, or all the smiths. The guild set the standards for the work so that a customer could trust that a thing was well made. It looked after its members and their families in hard times and in sickness and in old age, a bit like an insurance and a welfare and a club all at once. Trained the young, taking in a boy or a girl to learn the trade slowly over years, first as an apprentice who knew nothing, then as a skilled worker, and at last, for those who mastered it, as a full member who might one day run a shop of their own. There was a whole ladder to climb, a whole life's path laid out within the warm structure of the guild. Some people today, looking back, have even called the medieval guilds a sort of early version of the associations and unions and professional bodies we know now, and there is truth in that. Once again, a thing we think of as modern turns out to have deep medieval roots. And the guilds did more than work. They gave to their towns. They paid for feasts and processions. In many places they staged great plays, the famous mystery plays, where the different guilds of a town would each take a part of a sacred story and perform it, on wagons rolled through the streets or on platforms in the square, for the whole community to watch. Imagine that, a whole town's worth of ordinary craftspeople, bakers and glovers and shipwrights, becoming actors for a day, telling the old stories with costumes and painted scenery and real drama. The entire town turned out to watch and cheer. This was popular art, made by working people for working people, and it was loved. A joyless age does not fill its streets with plays performed by its bakers and its weavers. And above all of it, in town after town across Europe, rose the greatest making of all, the one that still stops us in our tracks today. The cathedral. Think for a moment about what a medieval cathedral actually is, and what it took to build one. These were the largest and most ambitious buildings anyone in Europe had attempted in a very long time, soaring up impossibly high. Their stone walls opened into vast windows of coloured glass, their ceilings vaulting overhead like the inside of a great forest turned to stone. They took not years but generations to build. A person might work their whole life on a cathedral and never see it finished. Their child might work on it too, and their grandchild finish what they began. Whole towns poured their wealth and their labour and their pride into these buildings across 100 years and more, reaching for something they believed was worth reaching for, something beautiful and lasting and larger than any single life. Now ask yourself honestly, in the quiet, is that the work of a dark and ignorant age? To design a building that pushes stone higher than stone had ever gone, to solve the deep problems of weight and balance and light that such a building demands, to fill it with glass that glows like jewels, and carving finer than we could easily match today, and to do it all across generations, holding a single vision steady over 100 years. That is not ignorance. That is one of the great achievements of the human hand and the human mind, and the people who did it were not cowering in the dark. They were building toward the light, quite literally, letting it pour in through walls of coloured glass into spaces meant to lift the heart. And those cathedrals still stand. You can walk into them today and stand in that coloured light, in the very space those medieval hands shaped, and feel, if you are quiet enough, the reach of the people who made it, across all the centuries between. So this is the town the legend never shows you. Not a squalid huddle of the ignorant, but a bright, busy, skilled and proud place, full of makers and their guilds, full of plays and processions and colour, crowned by cathedrals that took lifetimes to raise and stand to this day. The people who lived there had hard lives in many ways, harder than ours in ways we can barely imagine. They were not the shrunken, frightened, filthy figures of the story. They were craftsmen and craftswomen, builders and dreamers, ordinary people who made beautiful things and organized themselves with care and knew how to celebrate. They were, in short, a great deal like us. While we are lingering in the world of the medieval makers, let me lay one more quiet wonder beside the others, because it undoes the idea of a backward and inventing nothing age more neatly than almost anything else. These were not centuries of standing still. They were centuries of clever new machines, of real invention, of tools that changed the world and, in some cases, are still with us. Think of the mills. All across the medieval countryside, wherever a stream ran with any strength, someone had built a watermill, a great wheel turned by the falling water, its power carried by wooden gears to turn the heavy stones that ground the grain into flour. This was machinery, real machinery, harnessing the force of a river to do the hard work that human arms had always done before. And where there was no river, they turned to the wind and raised windmills, their great sails wheeling slowly against the sky, catching the moving air and putting it to work. A medieval landscape was dotted with these machines, quietly turning, grinding grain, and in time sawing wood and working metal and doing 100 other labours. This was a world busy inventing ways to let water and wind carry the burden, and there is nothing dark or backward in that at all. It is the same impulse that runs through all of human cleverness, the wish to work with the world's own forces rather than against them. And think of the clock. Here is a thing that may surprise you most of all. The mechanical clock, the machine of wheels and weights that measures out the hours on its own, ticking steadily whether anyone watches or not, was invented in the Middle Ages, in the later centuries of that long span. Before it, time had been told by the sun and the water and the burning of candles, soft and approximate. But in the medieval towns, clever makers built machines that could count the hours by themselves, and they raised great clocks in the towers of churches and town halls so that a whole community could share the same measured time. Some of those early clocks were astonishing things, showing not just the hour but the movements of the sun and moon and stars, little models of the whole turning cosmos, built in iron and brass by hands that understood both machinery and the heavens. The very habit we live by now, of a day carved into exact and equal hours, ticking along on its own, was born in that supposedly dark age, in the patient workshops of its makers. And think of something smaller and gentler still, something you may even be wearing or wishing you had as you rest your tired eyes tonight. Eyeglasses. Lenses to help the failing eye see clearly again, to let the aging scholar keep reading, to let the fine worker keep at their craft. These too were a medieval invention, worked out in the later centuries of the age by makers who understood how a curved piece of glass could bend the light and mend the sight. Imagine what a gift that was, and still is. An old monk, his eyes grown dim, who thought his years of reading and copying were behind him, given back the page by 2 small circles of ground glass. That is not the work of an ignorant age. That is the work of an age that looked carefully at the world, understood something deep about light and glass, and used it to ease a very human trouble. So set these beside the cathedrals and the universities and the saved books. The mills turning on every stream and hilltop. The great clocks counting the hours in the towers. The eyeglasses mending the tired eye. These centuries did not stand still. They watched, and they thought, and they built, and they handed forward inventions we still lean on every single day, often without the faintest idea of whose patient hands first made them. The next time a clock ticks somewhere near you in the quiet, or you settle your glasses on your nose, you might remember, with a small kindness, that these gentle machines came to you out of the very age we were taught to call dark, made by people who were anything but. Let us drift back up now, out of the town and the village, and lift our eyes to the sky, because I want to return gently to where we began, to that round earth and the people who knew it was round. There is something in how they pictured the heavens that is worth resting in as the night deepens, something strange and beautiful and calming. When a medieval scholar looked up at the night sky, they did not see quite what we see, and yet they did not see anything foolish either. They saw a great ordered whole, a cosmos, which is really just an old word meaning a world that is arranged, a world with a shape and a harmony to it. At the centre they placed the earth, the round ball we have spoken of, and around it, in their picture, turned a series of vast clear spheres, one nested inside the next like the layers of an onion, each one carrying a light across the sky. The moon on its sphere, closest to us. Then the sun. Then the wandering lights we call the planets, each on its own turning shell. And out beyond them all, the great sphere of the fixed stars, all those countless points of light wheeling together around the still earth at the centre. Now, we know today that the earth is not the centre, that it is we who turn and circle, not the heavens. The medieval picture was not correct in that. But I want you to see how careful and how thoughtful it was, because it was not the fantasy of a childish mind. It was an honest attempt to explain exactly what the eye actually sees. And what does the eye see? It sees the sun and moon and stars rise in the east and set in the west, night after night, in stately order. It sees them return faithfully to their places. If you did not already know the truth, if you had only your own eyes and your own careful thought, you too might well conclude that everything turns around you, because that is precisely what it looks like. The medieval scholars built a whole elegant system to account for what they saw, and they used it to predict the movements of the heavens with real success, to calculate the calendar, to find the dates of the holy days, to track the moon. It worked well enough for what they needed. It was wrong in its center and right in its care. And there was a kind of comfort in that picture, a sense of belonging that we have perhaps lost. To the medieval mind, the cosmos was a home. It had an order and a meaning. Everything had its place, from the humblest stone at the center to the highest sphere of stars, and the human being stood somewhere in the middle of it all, small but not lost, held within a great arrangement that made sense. When they looked up, they did not feel themselves flung out into a cold and empty infinity. Themselves at home in an ordered house of many rooms, roofed over with turning lights. There is a peace in that older way of seeing, whatever its errors, and on a quiet night it is not so hard to feel it. Lie there and imagine, just for a moment, that the stars above your roof are not scattered at random across an endless void, but set into a great slow wheel that turns, and carries you around with it as gently as a cradle. This is the imagination that the flat earth lie tries to take away from them. When we say they thought the world was a flat plate with an edge to fall off, we make them sound like frightened children who had never really looked at the sky. But the truth is that they had looked at the sky with great attention, and thought about it hard, and built a whole rich and orderly vision of it, wrong in some things and right in many others, and full of a sense of home. They deserve to have that vision remembered rather than the cartoon of the flat plate. They were sky watchers and star reckoners, calendar makers and careful thinkers. The monk bead tracking the moon so the church would know its holy days. The scholar Sacrobosco writing his patient textbook of the spheres. The poet Dante building the whole ordered cosmos into the frame of his great poem. These were people gazing up at the same stars you can see from your own window, and finding in them not terror but order, not an edge to fear, but a home to belong to. And here is a thought to hold as you grow sleepier. The particular shape of their picture has changed. We know now that the earth turns and circles the sun, and that the sun is one star among unthinkable numbers of stars, and that space runs out far beyond any sphere they imagined. Our picture is larger and stranger than theirs. But the act itself has not changed at all. A human being at the end of the day, lifting their eyes to the night and wondering what it all is and where they fit inside it. That is the same. It was the same for the medieval scholar at his window, and it is the same for you tonight. The wondering is the thread that runs unbroken from them to us, older than any of the lies, deeper than any of the costumes, the plain shared human habit of looking up into the dark and feeling small and curious and, in the best moments, strangely at home. I said earlier that we know these people not through the stories told about them, but through their own words and their own things, and I want to come back to that now, in a softer way, because there is nothing that dissolves the dark legend faster than meeting the medieval people as individuals in the small, true details that survive. Remember those margins of the copied books where tired monks left their little complaints. Let us sit with those a moment, because they are among the most human things that reach us from the age. In the blank edges of the pages they were copying, scribes sometimes wrote small private notes, never meant for us to read, and yet here they are, 700, 800, 900 years later, speaking plainly across all that time. One scribe writes that his hand aches. Another, that the light is going and he can barely see. Another simply that the work is long and he wishes it were done, or that he is cold, or that he is hungry and thinking of his supper. One, most touchingly, writes a small thanks that he has reached the end at last. These are not the words of grim and alien figures. They are the words of anyone who has ever done a long, hard task and grumbled quietly to themselves. Change nothing but the language and the ink, and it could be you, at the end of a long day, wishing the work would end. That aching hand reached across the centuries and wrote something you understand at once. That is how close they are. And think of what the ordinary records show us, the court rolls and the account books and the wills. They are full, absolutely full, of small ordinary human life. Quarrels between neighbours over a strayed animal or a disputed hedge. A woman brewing ale to sell, because in many places brewing was work that women did, and doing it well was a real skill and a real living. A man leaving in his will his second best bed, or his good cloak, or his tools, to the people he loved, each small thing named with care, because each small thing mattered. Payments recorded for a roof mended, a field ploughed, a debt settled. Complaints, kindnesses, bargains, gifts. When you read these records, the grand dark legends simply cannot survive, because you are no longer looking at an age, a great gloomy block of centuries. You are looking at people, one at a time, each with a name and a bed and a cloak and a quarrel with the neighbour and a hope for their children. The very texture of a life, the same texture as your own. There were children, of course, and childhood was childhood. We have their small shoes, dug from the ground. We have toys, little carved figures and balls and whistles, because medieval parents, like all parents, made or bought playthings for the ones they loved. We know they played games, many of the same games children still play, running and chasing and hiding. We know that parents grieved terribly when a child was lost, whatever the old cold history sometimes claimed, because you can hear the grief in the words they left, in the prayers and the memorials, and the aching care with which small lives were mourned. A world with high child mortality was not a world that loved its children less. If anything, it loved them with a kind of fierce anxiety we can barely imagine, holding them close in the shadow of a danger we have mostly forgotten. There were old people, as we have said, keepers of the memory of the village, and there were the middle-aged carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders, and there were the young in all their restlessness and hope, and there were lovers, and there were friends, and there were the lonely, and there were the kind, and there were the difficult. All of it. Every kind of person you know, they had too, because human nature is the one thing that does not change from age to age. Clothes change, and the tools change, and the beliefs change, and the knowledge changes, but the heart underneath is the same heart, wanting the same things, safety and love, and enough to eat, and a little rest at the end of the day, and someone to be near. This is what the lies steal from us, in the end, and it is worth naming plainly, softly, before we let the night take us. When we accept the cartoon of the dark and filthy and ignorant Middle Ages, we do not really harm those long-dead people who are far beyond our reach. We harm ourselves. We cut ourselves off from them. We turn 1,000 years of our own human family into strangers, into a grim and alien crowd we can feel superior to, and in doing that we lose them. We lose the long thread that runs back through them to the very roots of everything we are. When we set the lies down, when we let them be who they really were, the thread is whole again. They become our people, our ancestors in the largest sense, the ones who kept the books and built the cathedrals and washed at the bathhouse and feasted on the holy days, and looked up at the same stars and grumbled in the margins about their aching hands. Not strangers at all. Family. Only sleeping now, a long time, under the same sky. There is a corner of the dark legend we have not yet touched, and it is worth a gentle visit, because it is where the cruelty of the cartoon shows most plainly. It is the idea that medieval people knew nothing at all about healing, that when sickness came they had only superstition and helplessness, that a medieval sick room was a place of pure ignorance where nothing sensible was ever done. Like the others, this is unfair, and the truth is more tender and more capable than the story allows. Medieval people cared for the sick, and they thought about how to do it, and much of what they did we would still recognize as reasonable. A great deal of the healing of the age happened in the monasteries, which is no surprise by now, since the monasteries were where so much careful knowledge lived. Many monasteries kept an infirmary, a place set aside for the sick, where the ill and the old and the dying were tended. And beside the infirmary, very often grew a garden, a physic garden, a plot planted with herbs chosen not for the kitchen but for healing. The monks and nuns who tended these gardens knew a great deal about plants, which ones eased pain, which ones calmed a fever, which ones settled a troubled stomach or helped a wound to close. This knowledge was real. Some of their remedies were gentle and useless, and some, we now understand, genuinely worked, because the plants they used truly did hold something that helped. They were not guessing wildly. They were drawing on a long tradition of watching what helped and what did not, and passing it down, and writing it into their books, the same patient keeping of knowledge we have seen again and again. They set broken bones, and splintered them, and many healed straight, as the bones in the old graves can show us. They cleaned and dressed wounds. They knew that some hurts needed rest, and some needed tending, and some were beyond any help they had, and they were honest, often, about the difference. They practiced, in the towns and at the courts, a learned kind of medicine studied in those very universities we spoke of, where medicine was one of the great subjects, taught from books that reached back to the physicians of the ancient world and forward through the careful additions of medieval scholars, including the great doctors of the Islamic world, whose knowledge flowed into Europe and enriched it. Was it correct in the way modern medicine is correct? No. They did not know what we know about the tiny causes of sickness, about the unseen life that spreads disease. Much of their theory was wrong. They were trying, thoughtfully, with the tools they had, and they helped more than the cartoon allows. And here is a thing that may surprise you most of all. The very idea of a hospital, a place whose whole purpose is to shelter and care for the sick and the poor and the traveller in need, grew strong in the Middle Ages. Across Europe, in town after town, houses were founded to take in those who could not care for themselves, the sick, the aged, the orphaned, the stranger with nowhere to go. They were often tied to the church and to the deep belief that caring for the suffering was a sacred duty, one of the truest things a person could do. Some of these foundations were small, a few beds run by a handful of devoted people. Some grew large and famous and lasted for centuries. A few of the hospitals founded in those medieval centuries are, astonishingly, still caring for the sick today, unbroken lines of mercy running all the way back to the age we were told cared for nothing and no one. Sit with that a while, because it is a beautiful thing to hold as you drift toward rest. In the middle of a hard world, without our medicines and our knowledge, medieval people built places whose only reason to exist was kindness, the sheltering of those who could not shelter themselves. They did it because they believed that the sick and the poor and the lost mattered, that to care for them was holy. That is not the mark of a brutal and ignorant age. That is the mark of a people who, for all they did not know, understood something that truly matters, that a society is measured by how it treats its weakest, and who built, out of that understanding, the ancestors of the hospitals we still rely on. The medieval sick room, then, was not a place of pure darkness. It was a place where someone sat by someone else who was ill, and gave them what comfort and what care they knew how to give. Herbs from the garden, a cleaned wound, a splintered bone, a cool cloth, a hand to hold, a prayer. Imperfect, yes. Often helpless before things we could easily cure now, but full of the oldest and truest medicine of all, which is one human being refusing to leave another alone in their suffering. That has never changed, and it never will, and it was as alive in a medieval infirmary 700 years ago as it is in any place of care tonight. We spoke earlier of the spices on the tables of the rich, and of that grim little kitchen myth we cleared away. But let us go now to the ordinary table, the everyday food of ordinary people, because there is nothing more homely and more calming than to imagine a plain good meal at the end of a working day, 700 years ago. The heart of the ordinary medieval table was bread. Bread was life, the daily foundation of nearly every meal, and there was more skill and more variety in it than we might guess. The fine white bread was for the wealthy. Ordinary people ate darker, heartier loaves, made of coarser grains, filling and good and full of the strength a working body needs. Bread was so central that it shaped the very words and customs of the age, and a household was measured, in part, by whether it had bread enough. To break bread with someone was to be at peace with them, to share the most basic thing there was. Beside the bread, for most people, most days, was pottage. Now there is a word you may not know, and it is a gentle one to learn as you lie there. Pottage was a thick soup or stew kept going in a pot over the fire, and it was the true everyday food of the age, the thing that simmered away in almost every home. Into it went whatever the household had, grains and beans and peas and vegetables from the garden, onions and leeks and cabbages and herbs, and, when there was any, a little meat, or the bones of it, for flavour. It changed with the seasons and with what was to hand, thicker in good times, thinner in hard ones, but always there, always warm, always waiting at the end of the day. Picture that pot hanging over a low fire in a small home, the steam rising, the good plain smell of it filling the single room, a family gathering to it as the light fails outside. There is nothing dark about that picture. It is one of the warmest, most human things I can imagine. The same picture as a pot of soup on any stove tonight. And these people grew things. Nearly every household that could had a garden, a small plot for vegetables and herbs, and they tended it with care, because it was part of how they fed themselves. They kept animals where they could, a pig perhaps, some chickens, a cow if they were fortunate, and from the animals came eggs and milk and cheese and, now and then, meat. They gathered from the wild, too, in their seasons, nuts and berries and mushrooms and the greens of the hedgerows, an old knowledge of what the land freely gave. Their food was, in a way we now think of as very modern, deeply local and deeply seasonal, grown close by and eaten in its time, because there was no other way. What we now pay a premium for, food grown near home and eaten fresh in its season, was simply how everyone ate, of necessity, all the time. To drink there was ale, and this too is worth understanding kindly, because it is often misunderstood. People drank ale, a great deal of it, at every meal, the children too, in a weaker form, and this was not because the Middle Ages were one long drunken haze. The everyday ale was often quite weak, more a food than an intoxicant, brewed fresh and drunk young, full of the goodness of the grain. And it was, importantly, safe, more reliably safe than water might be in a crowded place. Brewing ale was, as we said, often the work of women, and a good brewer was valued and known. That warm cup of ale beside the bread and the pottage were simply part of the daily bread of life, ordinary and wholesome, not the sign of some sodden and disorderly age. On the feast days, of course, the table rose to the occasion, as feast tables always do. There was more and better and richer meat when it could be had, sweet things for those who could reach them, honey and dried fruit, and the treasured spices for the fortunate. Special breads and pies and dishes made only for the great days. The contrast between the plain everyday pottage and the abundance of a feast was part of what made the feast a feast, the way a holiday meal still stands out against the ordinary run of dinners. They knew how to mark a day with food, how to make a table say, "Today is different, today we celebrate." I linger on all this simple food because I think it is one of the surest ways to feel how close these people are. Strip away the great questions of belief and knowledge and history, and come down to the plainest thing of all, a family gathering around a warm pot at the end of the day, breaking bread together, glad of the food, and glad of each other. That happened in countless homes, on countless evenings, across all those long centuries. It is happening somewhere right now, tonight. It is one of the deepest rhythms of being human, older than any age, and the medieval people lived inside it exactly as we do. A warm meal shared as the dark comes down. There is nothing to fear in that picture, and everything to love. There is one more picture I want to gently correct before we begin our long, slow descent into sleep, and it is not so much a single lie as a colour, or rather the lack of one. When most of us imagine the Middle Ages, we imagine them grey. Grey stone, grey skies, grey clothes, a whole world drained of colour, dim and muted and drab. Even the films are shot that way, all shadow and mud and washed out light. And this may be the quietest lie of all, because it is so deep we do not even notice we believe it. The truth is the opposite. The medieval world was drenched in colour and loved it and reached for it wherever it could. Start with those cathedrals we walked into earlier and the great stone churches. We see them now as bare grey stone, and we think that is how they always were. But they were not. In their own day, much of that stone was painted, inside and often out, in bright, bold colours. The statues were painted, given real skin tones and coloured robes and gilded crowns, so that the saints and angels looked almost alive. The walls were covered in pictures, scenes from the sacred stories, in reds and blues and greens and gold, so that a person who could not read could look up and read the whole story in colour on the walls around them. And the windows, those great windows of stained glass, were not an occasional flourish but a glory, walls of coloured light, deep blues and blood reds and jewel greens, casting pools of shifting colour across the floor as the sun moved. To step into a great medieval church was to step into colour and light, a dazzling place, the most vivid thing a person might see in their whole life. The grey we see today is the grey of centuries of weathering and of later ages stripping the paint away. The medieval eye saw something far richer. Think, too, of the books, those precious handmade books we have returned to so many times. The finest of them were not plain at all. They were illuminated, which is the lovely old word for the art of decorating a manuscript, and it comes from the same root as light, because the pages seem to glow. The letters at the start of a passage might be grand and elaborate, painted in bright colours and real gold that caught the light. The margins might bloom with painted flowers and vines and little creatures, some solemn, some playful, tiny scenes and jokes tucked into the edges by the artists who made them. Whole pictures filled the pages, glowing with colour and gold. These were among the most beautiful objects the age produced, and they show us, past any doubt, a people who loved colour and beauty and delighted in making things gorgeous, who would spend astonishing labour and precious gold simply to make a page lovely to look at. And the clothes. We imagine everyone in dull brown and grey, but the medieval people loved bright clothing too, as much as their means allowed. The dyers we passed in the town, with their stained hands, were making colour for exactly this reason, because people wanted it. The wealthy wore rich, deep colours, and even ordinary people brightened their dress where they could, with what dyes were within reach. Colour in clothing meant something, said something about who you were, and people cared about it and reached for it. A medieval crowd on a feast day was not a grey mass. It was a scattering of colours, the best each person had, gathered together in the churchyard under the painted walls and the coloured windows. So let go of the grey. It is perhaps the most stubborn of all the false pictures, because it hides in the very light of how we imagine the age. But it is as false as all the rest. These were people who painted their churches like jewel boxes and their books like windows onto heaven, who dyed their cloth in every colour they could reach, who filled their great days with bright banners and bright clothes and bright glass. They were hungry for colour, the way people are always hungry for colour, and they made their world as beautiful as they possibly could with the means they had. That is not the mark of a drab and joyless age. It is the mark of people who loved beauty and light and made a great deal of both. And do you see what has happened over these hours as we have gone from lie to lie? One by one, the dark colours have come off, and underneath, again and again, we have found not darkness but light, not ignorance but careful knowledge, not filth but the warm bathhouse, not fear of the world's edge, but a whole ordered vision of the turning heavens, not brutal machines, but hospitals and gardens and care. Not grey, but colour, everywhere colour. The age was not what you were told. Under every dark story we have lifted away, there was a brightness the tellers of those stories never wanted you to see. Now that we have lifted away so many of the dark stories, I want to sit with one last gentle correction, and it is the widest of them all, because it is a lie hidden in the very way we speak about these people. We say the Middle Ages as if they were a single thing, one grey block of time with one way of living and one way of thinking, a place you could describe in a sentence. But that is perhaps the strangest illusion of all. The Middle Ages were not a moment. They were a vast stretch of time, so long that a person standing at one end of it could scarcely have imagined the other. Think about how long 1,000 years truly is. The span we lump together as the Middle Ages runs, very roughly, for about 1,000 years, from the fading of the old Roman world to the dawn of what we call the modern age. 1,000 years. Consider that our friend Bede, the monk who knew the earth was round, lived near the very beginning of that span. And the poet Dante, who wove the round earth into his great poem, lived near its far end. Between the two of them lies more than 500 years, longer than the time between us and the very end of the Middle Ages. They were as distant from one another as we are distant from the age of the great cathedral builders. And yet we casually file them both under the same little label, as if they were neighbours, as if they shared a single world. They did not. The world had turned over many times between them. Everything changed across that long span, and changed again. The way people lived at the start of it, in the unsettled centuries after Rome, was nothing like the way they lived in the busy, growing, town-building years of its height, which was nothing again like the way they lived in its final centuries, as the modern world began to stir. Kingdoms rose and fell. Languages themselves were born and shifted and grew until the tongue of one century could barely be understood in another. Whole new ways of building, of farming, of thinking, of trading came into being. Towns swelled. The universities were founded, as we saw, partway through, so that a person at the start of the Middle Ages had never heard of such a thing, and a person near the end could send their son to one. To call all of that a single age, with a single character, is a little like calling everything from the distant past right up to today by one name and imagining it all looked the same. It is a convenience of speech, nothing more. And when we forget that, we do these people a quiet violence, flattening 1,000 living, changing years into one dull, frozen picture. And once you feel how long and how varied it really was, the dark legend becomes even harder to hold, because no single dark story could possibly be true of 1,000 years and a whole continent. There were hard times and gentler times, cruel places and kind ones, years of hunger and years of plenty, dark stretches and bright ones, and every kind of person living through all of it. There were terrible things, real ones, wars and plagues and injustices that we should not pretty over. And there were glories, the cathedrals and the books and the universities and the music and the long patient keeping of knowledge. It was, in other words, 1,000 years of human beings being human, in all the ways that people always are, no better and no worse in their deepest nature than any age before or since. Not a golden age, not a dark age, just an age, a long and varied and deeply human one, exactly like our own, will look to those who come 1,000 years after us. That is a thought worth holding gently as the night grows late. Some day, far in the future, people will look back on our own time, and they too may be tempted to flatten it into a single simple picture, to tell easy stories about what we were, to dress us in a costume that suits whatever argument they are having among themselves. They will get much of it wrong, as we have gotten the Middle Ages wrong, because it is easier to tell a simple story about the dead than to do the patient work of truly meeting them. And if some quiet soul, 1,000 years from now, takes the trouble to set the easy stories aside and to read what we actually left behind, and to find in us not a cartoon but real and complicated people, much like themselves, then they will have given us the same gift we have tried to give the medieval world tonight. The gift of being seen as we really were. It is one of the kindest things one age can do for another, across all that distance, and it costs nothing but a little care. And since the night is now truly deep, and sleep is beginning to gather at the edges of you, let us turn, fittingly, to the medieval night itself, and to how these people slept, because even here the old world has something quiet and lovely to teach us. Their nights were dark in a way we can hardly imagine now. We are so surrounded by light, by the glow of screens and street lamps, and the endless soft brightness of the modern world, that true darkness has become a rare thing for us. But for a medieval person, when the sun went down, the dark came down fully with it. There was firelight, the low red glow of the hearth. There was, for those who could afford it, the small flame of a candle or a rush light, a little wavering pool of gold in a great sea of black. But mostly there was darkness, deep and complete, the kind of darkness in which the stars blaze overhead undimmed, in which the night is a real and present thing, close and vast at once. Their evenings were lit by fire and shaped by shadow, and when the fire burned low, it was time to sleep. And here is something gentle and strange that some historians believe about how they slept, and whether it was so everywhere or not, it is a soothing thing to rest your mind on now. It may be that people in those days, before the bright modern world stretched our evenings so long, did not always sleep in one single unbroken stretch the way we try to. Some think that in the long dark nights people would sleep, a first sleep going down soon after the dark came, and then wake quietly in the deep middle of the night and lie awake a little while in the stillness. And in that quiet waking, in that peaceful hour between two sleeps, they would do soft, small things. Tend the fire. Murmur to someone beside them. Think or pray, or simply lie there in the dark, listening to the night. And then, after a while, they would sink down again into a second sleep, and sleep on until the first grey light of morning. A night in two gentle halves, with a pool of soft waking between them. Whether that was the way of it everywhere, we cannot be perfectly sure. But there is something in the very idea that eases the heart, especially for anyone who has ever woken in the small hours and felt troubled at being awake. Perhaps that waking is not a fault or a failure at all. Perhaps it is one of the oldest and most natural things in the world, a quiet hour that people have kept for as long as there have been people and darkness and rest. If you should wake tonight, in the deep of the night, you might think of that and let it comfort you. You are only keeping company with every soul who ever lay awake for a peaceful hour in the dark, tending a fire that has long since gone out, in a village that has long since gone to sleep for good. Because that is the truth of it. Those villages are asleep now, all of them, and have been for a very long time. The people we have spent this night with, the monk at his desk, and the farmer in his field, and the child with the small carved toy, and the old woman by the fire, and the scholar tracking the turning stars, they have all long since lain down for the last time and closed their eyes. 700 years. 800. 1,000. They rest now, under the grass, under the same fields they once worked, under the same sky they once watched. And the night that is settling over you now is the same night that once settled over them, the same darkness, the same stars, the same slow turning of the world toward morning. There is no sadness in that, not really, not tonight. There is only a kind of peace and a kind of company. For all the centuries between, they are not so far from you. They lay down tired at the end of their long days, as you are lying down now. They let the fire burn low and the dark come close, as you are letting the room grow dim now. They gave the weight of their bodies to their beds and the weight of their cares to the night, and they slept, as you are about to sleep. Oldest thing. The simplest thing. The thing that joins you to every person who has ever lived, across every age, dark or golden, or, like the real Middle Ages, simply and deeply human. The laying down. The letting go. The drifting off into the dark, trusting that the morning will come, as it always has, as it always does. Let us drift back, slowly and softly, over everything we have walked through tonight, not to study it again, but simply to let it settle, the way the mind likes to gather up the pieces of a long day before it lets go into sleep. There is no need to hold any of it tightly. Just let each one pass through you gently one last time, like leaves drifting down onto still water. The flat earth, and the frightened sailors, and the edge of the world. One. There was never an edge. They knew the world was round, from the monk Bede at the very beginning to the poet Dante near the end, and the story of their ignorance was painted onto them, long after, by people who wanted a hero and a crowd of fools. That one drift away. The idea that they all died young, worn out at 30, a world without the old. One. The number was real, but it hid a sadder and gentler truth, that the danger was in being very small, and those who came through it lived long, into their 50s and 60s and beyond, grandparents by the fire, keepers of the memory. Let that one drift away too. The filth, the nether washing, the reeking crowds. Gone, dissolved in warm water. They loved the bathhouse, the steam and the soap scented with herbs, the Saturday soak at the end of the working week. The dirty centuries came later, not during. Let it go. The spices poured over rotten meat. One. Spices cost as much as a whole pig by the pound, and the people who had them could well afford their meat fresh. The spice was never a mask. It was a joy and a boast and a treasure carried from the far side of the world. Let it go. Church that crushed all learning, the long dark age of ignorance. Gone, and good riddance to that one, the most unfair of all. It was the monks who saved the books, copying the ancient world forward through the centuries by hand. It was that age that built the first universities, in Bologna and Paris and Oxford, still standing, still teaching, nearly 1,000 years on. The lamp was never out. Let it go. The horns on the Viking helmet lifted off, revealing the plain, sensible iron cap beneath. The horns were sewn on by a costume designer for an opera in the 1800s, more than 7 centuries too late. Let it go. The spiked iron cabinet, the torture chamber, the locked iron belt. Gone, all of them, back into the later centuries that invented them, the showmen and the collectors who built horrors to frighten and to sell, and hung them on a past that never made them. Let them go. The Lord's cruel right over the bride on her wedding night. Juan. No law, no record, no trail of real cases. A story told and retold by people with their own quarrels against the old order, long after the medieval world was dust. Let it go. And the grey. The grey stone, the grey skies, the drab and colourless world. Gone, most stubborn of all, washed away in a flood of colour, the painted churches and the glowing windows and the illuminated books bright with gold, the dyed cloth, the bright feast day crowds. They loved colour, and they filled their world with it. Let the grey go, and see the light instead. Here, that is the whole night's work, and you need not carry any of it. It is enough that it has passed through you once, that the dark stories have loosened their hold a little, that the real people have stepped, however briefly, out from under all those costumes and stood before you as they were. Furious, capable, colourful, kind and cruel and funny and frightened and brave and tired at the end of the day. Human. Only and entirely human, like you. The age was not what you were told. That is the one thing, if anything, to keep. Not the details, not the dates, not the names, all of which you may let slip away into sleep with my blessing. Just that single soft correction, settling down through you as you settle down into your bed. Whatever they told you the past was, it was richer than that, and warmer than that, and closer than that. It always is. The dead are never as far away as the easy stories make them seem. Before we let the night take us fully, let us close our eyes and listen for a moment to what that world sounded like, because we have seen it and smelled it and tasted it tonight. But we have not yet truly heard it, and the sounds of the medieval world are among the gentlest things to fall asleep to. It was, first of all, a quieter world than ours, quieter than we can easily picture. There was no hum of engines, no distant roar of traffic, none of the low electric drone that fills our nights without our even noticing. The silence beneath everything was deep, and into that deep silence came sounds that we have mostly lost. The sounds of hands and animals and weather and voices. Creak of a cart. The lowing of cattle. The wind in the thatch and the trees. Rain on a roof. A dog. A voice calling across a field. Footsteps on an earthen floor. The world spoke softly in the sounds of living things and working hands, and a person could hear a long way in the stillness. And through that quiet, again and again, came the bells. Church bells were the great voice of the medieval day, and they rang out over the villages and the towns to mark the hours and call the people to prayer and to gather them for the great occasions and to mourn the passing of the dead. A person did not need a clock because the bells told the shape of the day, ringing out across the fields, a sound that reached everyone at once and bound a whole community into a single rhythm. Imagine lying in a medieval village and hearing the bell of your church, the same bell you had heard all your life, ringing out across the evening and knowing exactly what it meant, and knowing that everyone you loved was hearing it too at that same moment under that same sky. There is a belonging in that sound that is hard to find now. And there was music, real music, more of it and more loved than the grey legend ever allows. People sang. They sang at their work, to pass the long hours of the fields and the loom, old songs handed down, the words worn smooth by generations of mouths. They sang at their feasts, and they danced to it, as we said, on the green in the long light of the holy days. There were those who made music their craft, the players and singers who travelled from place to place, from hall to hall, carrying songs and stories from one town to the next, so that a tune born in one corner of the land might travel the length of it over the years, passed from voice to voice. In the great churches and the monasteries there was another kind of music altogether, the slow rising and falling of voices singing together, a sound built to fill those high stone spaces and lift the heart toward heaven, grave and beautiful and old. And in the homes, on the quiet nights, there were the simplest songs of all, the ones a mother hums to a restless child, the ones that have no author and no age, that are simply passed from the arms that hold you to the arms you will one day hold. In lullabies, the oldest music there is, sung then in those small dark rooms exactly as they are sung tonight. Think of that as the quiet deepens around you. On a night 700 years ago, in some small home lit only by the low glow of a dying fire, a tired parent held a child who would not settle, and sang to them soft a slow old tune with words half remembered, and the child grew heavy at last, and the eyes closed, and the little breathing slowed and deepened, and sleep came. That happened countless times on countless nights across all those centuries. It is happening somewhere right now. And in its own way, it is happening here tonight. This calm voice in the dark, meant only to settle you, to ease you down, to carry you off the way a lullaby carries off a child. The song changes. The languages change. The stories change, and the lies come and go, and the ages turn over one into the next. The soft voice in the dark, easing a tired soul towards sleep, that has never changed at all, and it never will. So let the bells ring far away in your mind, slow and deep across a sleeping countryside. Let the old songs drift at the very edge of hearing. Let the quiet of that older world, the great soft silence with only the sounds of living things moving through it, settle over your room and over you. You are held in a very long company tonight, all of them asleep now, all of them dreaming once as you are about to dream. And the same night covers you all. There is a quiet question underneath everything we have talked about tonight, and now, in these last soft stretches before sleep, is the gentlest time to touch it. The question is this: why does it matter? Why does it matter whether we picture the Middle Ages rightly or wrongly, whether the earth was thought round or flat, whether they bathed or did not, whether the horns were real? They are so long gone. Difference can it make now, to us, lying here in our own time, so far downstream of all of it? I think it matters more than it seems, and in a way that has very little to do with history and a great deal to do with how we live. Because the way we picture the past is really a mirror in which we look at ourselves. When we imagine the people before us as ignorant and filthy and cruel and frightened, we are quietly telling ourselves a story about who we are. We are saying that we have escaped all that we have climbed up out of the dark, that we are the clever bright ones at the top of a long ladder of fools. It is a flattering story. It lets us feel very sure of ourselves. And that sureness, that quiet contempt for the people who came before, is not as harmless as it looks. It makes us proud and a little blind, and slow to imagine that we might be wrong about anything, we who have come so far. But when we set the flattering story down and meet the medieval people as they really were, something humbler and truer takes its place. We find that they were not fools. They were as clever as we are, working with less. They knew the earth was round, and measured the heavens, and built cathedrals that still stand, and saved the wisdom of the ancient world by hand through 1,000 years. They were wrong about many things, as we are wrong about many things, but they were not stupid, and they were not so very different from us. And if that is true, if these people who lived so long ago and knew so much less than we do were nonetheless so much like us, then a gentle question opens up. What are we wrong about that we cannot yet see? Do we hold as obvious truth today that some future age will smile at, the way we smile at the flat earth we wrongly gave to them? What costumes are we, right now, sewing onto people and things we do not trouble to understand? That humility is a good thing to carry. It is one of the quiet gifts that the real past gives us, once we stop using it as a mirror for our own vanity. It reminds us that we, too, are just one age among many, doing our best with what we have, certain of things that may not be so, bound to be misremembered and misdrawn by the ages that follow us, exactly as we have misremembered and misdrawn the ages before. There is a great calm in that, a great settling of the ego, to know that you are simply one link in a very long chain, no wiser in your deepest nature than the monk at his desk, or the farmer in the field, only differently placed in time. And there is comfort in it too, a deep one, and it is the note I would like to leave ringing softly as you slip towards sleep. It is the comfort of continuity, of belonging to something very long. You are not a stranger, dropped into an empty world. You are the latest of an almost endless line of people, stretching back through the medieval villages and the ancient cities, and further still, back beyond all record. Every one of them a real person who lived a real day and lay down at the end of it, tired as you are tired now. They handed the world forward, hand to hand, life to life, all the way down to you. The bread you eat, the words you speak, the songs half remembered in your own mind, the very habit of looking up at the stars and wondering, all of it came to you through them, carried across the centuries by countless hands you will never know. You are held by all of them. You are the living edge of a very old and very patient story, and when your own night comes, long from now, you will hand it forward in your turn to people you will never meet, who will misremember you, and who will, if they are lucky, some day be reminded that you were real and much like them, and worth remembering truly. Let us take one last walk together now, slowly, through that world as it sleeps, the way you are beginning to sleep. Come with me, softly, into a medieval village on a late night 700 years ago, and we will move through it quietly and touch nothing and wake no one, and simply see how peacefully the age we were taught to fear lies resting under the dark. It is very late. The moon, if there is one tonight, hangs low and white over the fields, and the fields run silver away toward the black line of the woods. The village is a scattering of low houses, their walls pale, their thatched roofs dark, gathered close together as if for warmth, with the church rising among them, its tower a darker shape against the stars. Everything is still. The work of the day is long done. The animals are shut in and quiet, the cattle breathing slow in their byres, the hens asleep, a dog curled somewhere with its nose beneath its tail. The only movement is the drift of a little smoke from the roofs, where the fires have been banked low for the night, and the smell of that wood smoke hangs soft and sweet in the cold air. Let us look in gently at one of the houses, without disturbing a soul. Inside, in the one warm room, a family sleeps. The fire is a low red glow now, its light barely reaching the walls, and the room is full of the deep breathing of people at rest. There they are, the ones we have talked about all night. A man and a woman, tired from the day's labour, sleeping close for the warmth. Children tumbled together, small and soft and utterly at peace, one with an arm flung out, one with the little carved toy still near its hand. Perhaps an old grandmother in the corner, the keeper of the family's memory, her breathing slow and even, dreaming, who knows, of feast days long ago and faces long gone. They are safe. They are warm. they are together. And they have no idea, none at all, that 700 years from now, someone would picture their whole world as a place of darkness and filth and fear. They could know it. I think they would be puzzled, and then perhaps they would smile and turn over and go back to sleep, because they know what their life actually is, and it is not. It is this. This warm, dark room, this quiet breathing, this ordinary night. Come away from the window now and let them sleep. Let us walk on through the still village, past the well where the water is drawn each morning, past the small gardens where the vegetables grow, past the great old tree that has stood at the heart of the village longer than anyone can remember, and will stand long after all of them are gone. Past the church, where the bell hangs silent now in its dark tower, waiting for the morning. Everything waiting for the morning. The whole sleeping world holding its breath through the long dark, trusting, as it always trusts, that the light will return, that the sun will come up over the eastern fields as it has every day since the beginning, and touch the frost, and wake the birds, and call the village gently back to life. And out beyond the last house, where the village ends and the open dark begins, let us stop and stand a moment and look up. There they are, the same stars. The ones the medieval people knew and named and watched and wondered at. The ones the monk Bede tracked across the sky. The ones the scholar Sacrobosco set into his patient spheres. The ones the poet Dante built into his great poem. The ones the tired farmer glanced up at on his way to bed, too weary to wonder, but seeing them all the same. They wheel overhead now, exactly as they wheeled then, slow and bright and silent, utterly unchanged by all the centuries and all the lies and all the ages rising and falling beneath them. The same stars that are over your own roof tonight. If you could rise from your bed and go to your window and look up, you would see the very same lights that shone down on that sleeping village so long ago. Nothing between you and them but a little time. And time, from up there, from the height of those slow stars, is nothing at all. Do you remember, a long while ago now, at the very start of our night together, where we began? We began with a man at a window. A scholar in a low stone room, in the first grey light of a morning nearly 800 years ago, copying a book about the shape of the world, setting down in patient ink the plain fact that the earth is a round ball hanging in the middle of the heavens. Let us go back to him now and close the circle, because he has been with us quietly all through the night, and it is right to return to him before we sleep. He is still there. He is always there, in a sense, because his work outlasted him by centuries and reaches us even now. But let us imagine him as a living man on a single real morning of his life. He has risen early, as scholars do, before the full light. The room is cold, and his breath shows faintly in the air. He has trimmed his pen, and mixed or uncovered his ink, and smoothed the parchment before him, and now he bends to the work, letter by letter, in the growing light from the narrow window. Outside, the world is waking. The bell will ring soon. Somewhere a door opens, and someone draws water, and the day begins its old familiar round. And he writes on patiently that the earth is a sphere, not because it is a daring thing to say, not because he expects to be doubted, but simply because it is true, and because his task is to carry the truth forward, one careful page at a time, to hands he will never see. He did not know about us. He could not have imagined you lying there in the dark of a night so far in his future that the very shape of the world he lived in has utterly passed away. He did not know that his patient work would be twisted, centuries after his death, into its own opposite. People would come to believe his age thought the very thing he was calmly writing against. He did not know that a night would come so long after when a quiet voice would speak his defense to a stranger drifting off to sleep. He knew only his cold room, his pen, his page, and the truth he was setting down. And that was enough. That was his whole part in the long chain, to keep the truth alive across his own small stretch of time, and to hand it on. He did his part. The earth was round when he wrote it, and it is round now, and the lie that grew up around his age has been lifted away tonight, in part because he, and men and women like him, took the trouble to write the truth down and pass it on. That is really what a scholar is, and what a monk in his scriptorium was, and what all those keepers of knowledge were, all down the centuries. They were people who refused to let the truth die on their watch, who copied it forward when it might have been lost, who wrote it plainly when it might have been forgotten, who handed it hand to hand across the great dark gap of time so that it might reach some far shore they would never see. And it did reach us. Every true thing we know about that age reached us because someone back then cared enough to write it down and keep it safe, and then someone else cared enough to copy it, and someone else to study it, and on, an unbroken chain of care running all the way from that cold stone room to this quiet dark night where you now lie. So when you think of the Middle Ages after tonight, I hope it is not the flat earth and the filth and the horns and the cruel machines that come to mind. I hope it is him. The man at the window, in the grey morning light, patiently writing the truth. Because he is the real Middle Ages, far more than any of the lies. Careful, patient, devoted to something larger than himself, passing the light forward through the dark. That is who they were at their best, and their best was very fine indeed, and it is what has lasted when all the false and frightening stories have been lifted away like mist off a morning field. Lie a little easier now and let your thoughts slow, because I want to spend these next quiet moments on the gentlest truth of all, the one that lies beneath every myth we lifted away tonight. It is this: however much the world has changed, the human heart has hardly changed at all. And that, more than any fact or date, is why the medieval people are not strangers, and never were. Think of what they wanted, those people in the villages and the towns, and see if it is so very different from what you want, lying here tonight. They wanted to be safe. They wanted enough to eat, and a warm place to sleep and to see their children grow. They wanted to be loved and to belong somewhere, to have a place among people who knew them. They wanted good company and something to laugh at and a day off now and then and a feast to look forward to. They feared the same things you fear in the end. They feared losing the people they loved. They feared sickness and hunger and the dark and being alone. They grieved terribly when grief came, and they rejoiced fully when joy came, and in between they simply went about the business of living, one ordinary day after another, the way you do, the way everyone always has. They fell in love, and it undid them exactly as it undoes us, and they wrote about it and sang about it, the same aching songs of longing and loss that people have always sung. They worried about their children, lying awake over them, the way parents always have. They quarrelled with their neighbours over small things and made up again. They took pride in their work, in a thing well made, a field well ploughed, a page well copied, a loaf well baked. They told jokes, and we know they told jokes because the jokes survive, and some of them are still funny, and some of them are exactly the kind of joke you would not repeat in front of your grandmother, because people have not changed. They felt awe, standing in their great churches under the coloured light. They felt small under the stars. They felt the turning of the year in their own bodies, the lift of spring and the weariness of winter. They were tired at the end of the day and glad to lie down, and grateful, if they thought about it at all, simply to have come safely to another night. There is nothing in that list you cannot feel yourself. Ja, nothing. Across 700 years, across the fall of their whole world and the rise of ours, across all the changes in what people know and how they live, the inner life is the same inner life. The same hopes, the same fears, the same love, the same grief, the same small daily pleasures, the same weariness, the same longing for rest. And so when we picture them as alien, as grim and dark and other, we are making a mistake not only about history, but about ourselves, because they are us at an earlier hour of the same long day. To understand them truly is to understand that there is no them, not really. There is only us, all of us, stretched out across time, feeling the same things in different clothes. That is why it is such a peaceful thing, in the end, to see the past truly, because it means you are never really alone in what you feel. Whatever you carry tonight, the worries, the hopes, the small joys, the tiredness, the longing for rest, you carry it in company with every soul who ever lived. The medieval mother lying awake over her child has lain awake with you. The tired farmer glad to reach his bed has lain down with you. The scholar wondering at the stars has wondered beside you. And now, tonight, they are all at rest, their long day over, their worries set down at last, sleeping the deep sleep of those whose work is done. And you are joining them for a few hours in the oldest and simplest human act there is. Lying down in the dark, letting go and sleeping as they slept under the same stars, held in the same great quiet, part of the same unbroken and gentle human story. So now let everything begin to loosen. There is nothing left to learn tonight, nothing left to hold, nothing left to do but rest. You have walked a long way through 1,000 years and a whole imagined world, and now the walking is done, and you can lay it all down. Let your thoughts slow, the way footsteps slow at the end of a long journey. If any of the night's stories are still drifting through your mind, the round earth, the warm bathhouse, the bright painted churches, the man at his window, let them drift on past softly, without your reaching after them. You do not need to keep them. They will still be true in the morning. For now, let them go one by one, the way you let go of the day itself, releasing your grip finger by finger until your hands lie open and easy. Feel the weight of your body now, settled into the bed, held and supported, needing to do nothing at all. Let your feet grow heavy, and your legs. That heaviness rise slowly, gently through you, the good heaviness of a body ready for sleep. Let your back and your shoulders soften into whatever holds you. The small tightness around your eyes ease, and the set of your jaw loosen, and the little furrow between your brows smooth itself away. There is nothing to frown at now. There is nothing to solve. There is only the dark and the quiet and the slow rise and fall of your own breathing carrying you down. Breathe, and let each breath out be a little longer than the one before, a little slower, a little softer, until the breathing seems to happen all by itself, without any effort from you at all, the way it did in that sleeping medieval house, the way it does in every sleeping house on this turning world tonight. In and out, slow and deep. The oldest rhythm there is. Tide that has risen and fallen in every human chest across every age, in the villages and the towns and the monasteries, in the great and the humble alike, all of them breathing just like this, as they let the day go and sank down into sleep. You are one of them now. Just one more tired soul at the end of one more day, lying down in the dark, giving the weight of your body and the weight of your cares over to the night. The same night that lay over the sleeping village. The same darkness that filled that warm, small room where the family slept close by the banked red fire. The same slow turning of the world toward a morning that will surely come, as it has always come, as it will always come, whether you are awake to meet it or not. And you do not need to meet it. Not yet. The morning will take care of itself. Your only task now, your whole and only task, is to rest. Somewhere, very far away in time, that village is still sleeping. The man at his window has long since laid down his pen for the night and gone to his own bed. The bell in the dark tower hangs silent, waiting. The stars wheel slowly over the frosted fields. And all of it, the whole gentle vanished world, seems to breathe with you now, in and out, slow and deep, as though the centuries themselves had lain down to rest, and the long story had paused, just for a while, just for tonight, to let you sleep. I asked you, at the very beginning of our night together, where you were listening from. Wherever it is, that place is dark now, or growing dark, and quiet, and all around you, near and far, other tired people are doing exactly what you are doing. Lying down, letting go, sinking towards sleep. Think of them for just a moment, not to keep you awake, but to keep you company as you drift. In your own town, behind 100 dark windows, people are settling into their beds. Across your whole country, in cities and in small still places, the lights are going out one by one, and the day is being laid down, and the great slow tide of sleep is rolling across the land as it rolls across it every night. And it does not stop at any border. All around the turning world, the dark is moving, and wherever the dark goes, people are lying down into it. In great cities you will never see, and small villages whose names you will never know, in every language, under every kind of roof, people are closing their eyes tonight. The whole world takes its rest in turns, half of it always sleeping while the other half wakes, an endless gentle rhythm of lying down and rising up that never once stops, that has never stopped since the very first people lay down under the very first dark. You are part of that tonight. One quiet soul among countless quiet souls, all letting the day go, all trusting the night, all sinking down toward the same deep rest. And it does not stop at any border of time either. That is the thread we have followed all night. The sleepers of tonight are joined to the sleepers of every night that ever was. People in that medieval village, lying down by their low red fires, people before them and before them, back and back through all the ages, every one of them on every one of their nights, doing this same simple thing, lying down in the dark, letting go of the day, giving themselves over to sleep and to the morning they trusted would come. An unbroken line of rest, running back through all of human time, and you are its living edge tonight, the newest link in the oldest chain, lying down exactly as they lay down, held exactly as they were held, by the same dark, under the same stars. There is such peace in that if you let it settle all the way down into you. You are not alone in this. You have never been alone in this. Every fear you have ever felt in the dark, someone felt before you and got through it and slept and woke to morning. Every longing for rest you have ever known, someone knew before you and laid it down and slept. The whole enormous human family, all the way back to the medieval villages and far, far beyond them, has done this before you and will do it after you. And tonight you simply take your turn, your gentle, ordinary turn among all of them. Lying down, letting go, trusting the dark, sleeping. So there is nothing to keep watch over now, nothing to guard against, nothing to carry. The morning is coming, all on its own, the way it came to that sleeping village and every village before and since, rising slow and sure over the eastern edge of the world, and it asks nothing of you tonight except that you rest until it arrives. You have done enough. You have listened long and travelled far and stayed up late in good company. Now the only thing left, the last and easiest thing, is to let yourself go the rest of the way down into sleep, and to leave the turning of the world and the coming of the morning and the long keeping of all the old true stories in the same patient hands that have carried them safely all this way. If sleep has not quite taken you yet, that is all right too. There is no hurry here and no wrong way to do this. You may lie in the quiet as long as you like, awake or half asleep or sinking slowly down, and the night will hold you just the same. Remember what we said, that even the waking in the dark is an old and gentle thing, kept by people for as long as there have been people and nights. If you find yourself still here, still listening, still turning the night's soft images over in your mind, then simply rest in that without worry, the way that medieval sleeper rested in the quiet hour between the first sleep and the second, tending a low fire, at peace with being awake for a while in the dark. And if the details of tonight are already slipping away from you, the names and the dates and the careful facts, let them slip. You were never meant to hold them. They are written down safely in better places than a tired mind at midnight, kept by the same long, patient chain of hands that has kept them all along. You do not need to be their keeper tonight. Tonight you only needed to hear them once, and to feel underneath them the one thing that matters, which was never really about the Middle Ages at all. Past is kinder and closer and more human than the easy stories say. That the people who came before you were people just like you. That you belong to a very long and very gentle line and are held by it and are never truly alone in the dark. That will still be true tomorrow and the night after and always. And on some other tired night when the day has been long and you need a calm voice to carry you off, you might like to come back and rest here again with another old story softly told, another dark corner of the past gently lit. There is no shortage of them. The world is very old and full of quiet, true tales waiting to be told the right way, and there will always be a place here for you to lie down and listen and drift away whenever you need it. But that is for another night. This one is nearly done, and it asks nothing more of you. For now, let the voice grow distant. The words begin to lose their edges and run together into a soft, warm murmur, the way voices do at the very edge of sleep, when you are no longer quite listening, only held by the sound of it, the way a child is held by a lullaby long after the words have stopped meaning anything at all. You do not need to follow any longer. You do not need to understand. You only need to drift and to sink and to let the gentle tide carry you out past the last of your thoughts into the deep, quiet water of sleep. The village sleeps. The fire is out. The bell is silent in its tower. The stars turn slowly over the frosted fields, keeping their old watch over a world that has laid itself down to rest. And you are there among them now, one of all the countless sleepers, past and present, near and far, gathered into the same soft dark, breathing the same slow breath, drifting toward the same sure morning. there is nothing left to do. There is nowhere left to go. There is only rest, and it is already yours, rising up to meet you, warm and dark and deep. There is an image I have been keeping for the very end, and now, in these last slow minutes, is the time to give it to you, softly, to carry down into sleep. It is the image of mist lifting off a field in the early morning. You have surely seen it, or something like it. The way, on a cool morning, a low white mist can lie across a field at first light, so thick that it hides everything, the far hedge, the trees, the shape of the land itself. And the way, as the sun climbs, that mist begins to thin and lift and drift away, not all at once but gently, in patches and streamers, until at last it is gone, and there beneath it, revealed, is the field as it always was, green and real and solid. It was there the whole time, under the mist, unchanged. The mist only hid it for a while. That is what we have done tonight, you and I. We have watched the mist lift off the Middle Ages. All those false and frightening stories, the flat earth and the filth and the horns and the cruel machines, all of it lay over those centuries like a thick white fog, hiding the real land beneath. And one by one, gently, we have let the light in and watched the fog thin and drift and lift away. And underneath, revealed, was the age as it always was. Not dark, not filthy, not cruel and ignorant and afraid, but green and real and solid and human. People who knew the world was round and washed at the bathhouse and painted their churches in jewel colours and built cathedrals that took 100 years and saved the wisdom of the ancient world by hand, and cared for their sick and loved their children and sang the same lullabies we sing. It was all there the whole time, under the mist. We did not create it tonight. We only let the fog lift. And here is the last gentle thought, the one to fall asleep on. The mist is always lifting somewhere off something. There is always some corner of the past, or the world, or another person, hidden under a fog of easy stories, waiting for someone patient and kind enough to let the light in and see what is really there. That is a hopeful thing when you think about it. It means the truth is never truly lost. It is only hidden for a while under the mist, and it waits, green and real and patient, for the light to return, as the light always returns. The morning always comes. The fog always lifts. And the real thing, the true thing, is always still there underneath, unchanged, ready to be seen at last by anyone willing to look with gentle eyes. So as you drift now toward your own morning, still far off across the dark, you can carry that quiet hope with you into your dreams. That the world is truer and kinder than the easy stories say. That the fog of falsehood, however thick, is only ever fog, and lifts. That underneath everything hard and frightening there is usually something real and human and worth loving, if we are only patient enough to wait for the light. The medieval people knew this in their own way, those keepers of the old truths. copying them forward through the long dark, so they would be there when the morning came. And the morning did come. The truth did survive. Here it is tonight, reaching you across 800 years, proof that nothing true is ever really lost, only waiting. Be the last thing, the soft green field under the lifting mist, the real world revealed by the returning light. Hold it lightly, the way you hold anything at the edge of sleep, and let it fade as you fade, and know that it will still be true when you wake, whether you remember it or not. The truth does not need you to keep watch over it tonight. It has kept itself across all the centuries, and it will keep itself still while you rest. You are free to let go now. Free to sink down all the way. Free to sleep. Picture, one last time, a single small flame. Candle or a rush light in one of those medieval rooms, burning low at the very end of the evening. All night it has held back the dark, a little wavering pool of gold, and by its light someone has worked, or read, or simply sat and thought. But now the night is old and the flame is low, and it is time. A hand reaches out, unhurried, and gently, without ceremony, puts it out. And the dark, which was there all along, waiting patiently at the edges, comes softly in to fill the room. And it is not frightening. It is a kindness. It is the sign that the day is truly over, that there is nothing more to do, that it is time at last to rest. Let that small flame be your own tonight. All day you have kept it burning, the little light of your attention, holding back the dark, working and thinking and carrying the weight of your waking hours. And now the day is old, and the flame is low, and it is time. You may let it go out. You may let your attention soften and dim and finally darken, the way that little candle darkened, gently, without struggle, giving the room back to the patient dark. There is nothing more you need to hold lit tonight. Nothing more to watch by. The dark that comes in is not your enemy. It is your rest. It has been waiting all day at the edges of you to come softly in and carry you down into sleep. Feel how quiet it is now, inside you and around you. The stories have all been told. The lies have all been lifted. The long journey through the old world is over, and everyone in it has gone to their rest, and now it is your turn, the last one still awake, to lie down and follow them into sleep. Your breathing has grown slow and deep and easy. Your body has grown heavy and warm and still. The thoughts that filled your mind have thinned and drifted and mostly gone, and the few that remain are soft and slow and far away, like voices heard through a wall, the last embers settling in a banked fire. There is nothing left to do. I mean that entirely. There is truly nothing left for you to do tonight but this. Nothing to fix. Nothing to remember. Nothing to fear. Nothing to keep watch over. The world will turn without your help through the dark and into the morning, exactly as it has turned every night since the beginning. The old true stories will keep themselves in their safe places in the patient chain of hands that has always kept them. The people of the past will go on resting under their long sleep, undisturbed, at peace, as you will now go and rest. And the morning will come, gentle and sure, whether you are there to see it rise or lost still in the deep of your dreams. You do not have to meet it. You only have to rest and let it come. So let go now, all the way. Let the last of your waking thoughts dim and darken like that small put-out flame. Let the warm dark come in and fill you softly, kindly, the way it filled that quiet medieval room, the way it fills every room where someone lays down at last to sleep. Let the weight of your body sink fully into the bed, held and safe, needing nothing, doing nothing. Let your breath carry you the rest of the way down, slow and deep and easy, out past the last of everything, into the deep, still water where sleep is waiting to receive you. We have come, you and I, a very long way tonight, and we are nearly at the end of the road now, the place where I grow quiet and you drift off and the night takes over the gentle work of carrying you. So let me spend these last soft moments simply keeping you company as you go, asking nothing, telling nothing new, only walking beside you the last few steps down into sleep. It has been good to spend this night with you, wherever you are, whoever you are, out there in the dark on the far side of this quiet voice. I do not know your name or your town or what kind of day lies behind you or what waits for you when you wake. But I know that you were tired enough, or restless enough, or curious enough to lie down and let an old story be told to you in the dark, and that is a gentle and human thing to have done. The same thing people have done at the end of their days for as long as there have been stories and darkness and the need for rest. You took your place tonight in a very old circle, the circle of those who listen to a quiet voice tell a tale until sleep comes. It is one of the oldest comforts there is. I am glad to have been the voice tonight, and gladder still to have kept you company toward your rest. And that is really what this has all been. Underneath the Middle Ages, underneath the lifting of all those old lies, underneath the round earth and the bathhouses and the cathedrals and the mist rising off the field, what tonight has really been is simply this: calm voice in the dark, and a tired person letting it carry them off to sleep. That is the whole of it. The history was only the gentle path we walked down together to get here, to this quiet place at the end of the day where you can finally set everything down. And now we are here, and the path is behind us, and there is nothing left ahead but rest. So there is no more to do. You have listened long and well. You have travelled far. You have kept company with the sleeping dead, and found them to be your own people after all, and there is a deep quiet kindness in that, both toward them and toward yourself. Now you have earned your own sleep, the way they earned theirs at the end of their long days, and it is waiting for you, close now, very close, rising up soft and warm and dark to meet you. Let yourself go the rest of the way. Let the voice fade. the last images blur and dissolve, the field, the flame, the stars, the sleeping village, all of it drifting away into the soft dark like breath on a cold morning. You do not need to hold on to any of it. You do not need to hold on to anything at all. Just let go, gently, the way you let go of the day, the way that small flame let go of its light, the way every sleeper across every age has let go and given themselves over to the night and trusted the morning to come. The world is dark and quiet now, all around you and all around the turning earth, and countless souls are sleeping in it, and you are one of them, safe among the rest. There is nothing to fear in the dark. There never was. It is only the kind old dark that has covered every night since the beginning. The same dark that lay over the medieval village, the same dark that lies over your own roof now, the gentle dark that comes at the end of every day to carry the tired down into sleep. There is one more small thing I would like to give you before I fall silent, and it is a gentle thought about a single word. The word is twilight. It is the name of this quiet place where we meet, and it is a lovely word, and there is a kindness hidden inside it that fits everything we have talked about tonight. Twilight is the in-between light. It is neither the full brightness of day nor the full dark of night, but the soft threshold between them, the tender hour when the one is turning into the other. There is the twilight of the evening, when the day loosens its hold and the dark comes gently in, the hour you are likely resting in now. And there is the twilight of the morning, the pale grey light before the sun, the hour when the dark loosens and the day begins to stir, the very light our scholar sat writing in at the start of our night. Twilight is the hinge, the soft turning point, the quiet edge where things change from one into the other, slowly, without any sharpness, without any shock. And I think, in a way, the whole of tonight has been about twilight, about the value of that soft in-between light, and about what we lose when we insist on seeing only in the hard extremes of pure day and pure dark. 'Cause that was the real mistake behind every lie we lifted away. Those who invented the dark Middle Ages wanted an age of pure night, of total darkness, so that their own time could shine as pure day. They painted in only two colors, black and white, the ignorant past and the enlightened present, and in doing so they missed everything true, because the truth is never black and white. The truth lives in the twilight, in the soft in-between, in the mingled light where things are complicated and human and real. The Middle Ages were not a pure darkness. They were not a golden age of pure light either. They were a twilight, like every age, like our own age, a rich and mingled thing, part shadow and part glow, hard in places and lovely in others, exactly as real life always is. There is a great gentleness in learning to see that way, in the soft twilight rather than the hard extremes. It is gentle toward the past, letting those old people be complicated and human rather than simple villains or simple saints. And it is gentle toward yourself too, and toward everyone around you, because people are twilight things as well. None of us pure day or pure dark, all of us mingled, all of us a soft blend of light and shadow, doing our best in the in-between. To see kindly, to see truly, is to see in twilight, to let go of the harsh bright judgment and the harsh dark condemnation alike, and to rest in the gentler, truer light where everything real actually lives. So let that be a small, quiet gift to carry into sleep, from this place that bears the twilight's name. The truest way of seeing is the softest one. That the past, and the world, and the people in it, and you yourself, are all twilight things, mingled and complicated and human, best seen not in harsh light, but in the gentle glow of the in-between. And that this hour you are in right now, this soft evening twilight sinking down into the dark, is not a lesser thing than the bright noon of the day. It is its own kind of beauty, the tender turning hour, the threshold of rest, the gentle edge where a long day finally becomes a peaceful night. You are on that threshold now. The day is behind you, all its brightness and its noise and its weight, and the deep dark of sleep is ahead, and you are here in the soft space between, the twilight of your own evening, easing gently from the one into the other. There is no hurry across this threshold. You may take it as slowly as you like, drifting down through the soft in-between light, feeling the day loosen its last hold, feeling the dark rise warm and welcoming to meet you. This is the gentlest hour there is. Rest in it. Let it carry you without effort, without fear, from the long bright day of your waking into the deep quiet night of your sleep, the way twilight has carried every living soul from day into dark since the very beginning of the world. So this is the end now, the very end of our night together, and I will let my voice grow soft and slow and low, and then let it go quiet altogether, and leave you to your rest. There is nothing more to tell. There is only you, and the dark, and the sleep that is rising now to take you. Let your breathing slow. Feel it deepen and ease, each breath drifting in and out on its own, without any effort from you, slow and soft and even, the quiet tide that will carry you the rest of the way down. There is no need to guide it. There is no need to do anything. Just let each breath come, and let each breath go, slower and softer than the one before, until you are no longer counting them, no longer noticing them, no longer anywhere at all but here, in the warm dark, sinking gently down. Let your body grow heavy. Feel it settle all the way into whatever holds you, warm and safe and still. The last small tightness anywhere in you melt away. Let your hands lie open and easy. Let your shoulders drop the very last of the day's weight. Let your face soften completely, your brow smooth, your jaw loose, every part of you letting go, growing heavier and warmer and more still, sinking down and down into the deep, soft quiet of sleep. The village is asleep. The fire is out. The bell is silent. The man at his window has long since gone to his rest, and the truth he wrote is safe, and the mist has lifted, and the field beneath lies green and real and unchanged, as it always was, as it always will be. The stars turn slowly over it all, keeping their old and gentle watch over the sleeping past and the sleeping present alike, over the medieval village and over your own dark roof, over all the countless sleepers gathered into this one great quiet night. And you are among them now, held with all of them, safe with all of them, one tired soul at the end of one long day, finally, gently letting go. You do not need to stay with me any longer. You do not need to listen anymore. You do not need to think, or remember, or understand. You only need to sleep. So let the last of these words drift away like the last of the mist, like the last of the light from that small put-out flame, and let the warm dark close softly over you, and let yourself go the rest of the way, all the way, down into the deep and peaceful sleep that is waiting for you now, and has been waiting all along. Rest now. Rest deeply and easily and well. The age was not what you were told, and neither perhaps is the world, and neither perhaps are you, and all of that can wait for the morning which will come, gentle and sure, as it always comes. There is nothing left for you to do tonight but sleep. So let your breathing slow, and let your body grow heavy, and let the quiet dark carry you off, the way it has carried off every tired soul since the very first night of the world. Sleep well. Sleep deeply. And good night.